Lady. Hello. I am here to speak on the behalf of the animals. And yeah, I want to know why you're not vegan. Can you? Okay, it looks like the mic is picking up. All right. So I will be taking guests, 18 and older only. I do have, let's see if I can turn this here. Over here real quick. Put me back in the middle. Okay. So why aren't you vegan yet? I want to know why you're not vegan. I've got some resources here to decide. Dominion is a free resource, a free documentary on YouTube that you can watch just to be an informed consumer, understand what it is that you're demanding someone else go through, because that's what I think we should all know. And then nutritionfacts.org is just a great place to start as far as like, how do you get your nutrition on a plant-based diet? You know, how do you know what's real and what's not? What's healthy mean, compared to what? And they came up with what's called the Vegan Daily Dozen based off of the findings that they've pulled up. And you can look at the studies that they talk about. And then below that is veganeasy.org, which is just a really easy resource if you maybe feel overwhelmed with the Vegan Daily Dozen. I personally find it easier. But Vegan Easy is great because they have professionals that can make a diet plan for you that they just email to you and based off of where you're at and the products that are available to you. So if you want, a little more help and maybe some community, which is actually greatly important, I suggest you go check out veganeasy.org. So those are my resources. And I just want to know why you're not vegan yet. It's 2026. We have all the alternatives we could ever want. So why hold back now? Oh, hold on one second. Let me pull this out over here. Oh, also, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to shrink this. Can I copy? Okay. Really don't like how TikTok makes things really difficult to do. Oops. Think of something like that. Let me check real quick. It's gonna look weird. How much further can this go over? Oh, wow. That's a lot of room. All the way over. Cool. Okay. We're pretty zoomed in. I'll have to work on that. It seems like we can zoom in a little bit more. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I just wanted to make sure I had my stream going well. Hey guys, good to see you. Love seeing all of my vegans in there. If you're vegan, type a 1 in the chat. If you're not vegan, type a 2 in the chat. Let's just kind of see the dynamics that are going on in our chats. All right. So you got to be over 18, okay? 1-8, that means 8 years over 10, okay? I don't want children up here, please. It's creepy. Appreciate y'all being in here. Okay, Zeke.
Hey, good afternoon. I don't know if it's afternoon for you, but it is for me.
So,
good afternoon.
Are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Right on. I feel like I've spoken to you before.
No, I don't know. You might have had someone with the same profile picture.
You sound very, very, very familiar. It's your voice.
Really?
Yeah. But that's okay.
Some people say that.
So why aren't you vegan yet? It's not a bad thing. It just sounds familiar.
To be honest, like no hate on you guys, but like I just don't want to be vegan. I mean, I live in the deep south, so like it's always we always eat meat here, but like I don't know, I just don't want to be vegan. It's not like any hate towards animals. I just like it's just how I am. I'm sorry.
What does veganism mean?
Well, it's usually not accepting any products or byproducts from any animal of any sorts, like milk, or again byproducts like glue.
It's not the meaning of it. It's just a side effect of it. Veganism is actually veganism is actually a principled stance against the exploitation of other sentient beings. So if you were being exploited so that your oppressor can sell the benefits of your exploitation, and it was convenient for me to do so, I still wouldn't do it. I wouldn't give your oppressor money or support them any way, because I can tell you're having your rights violated, and you're a sentient being who cares about what happens to you. So I, out of principle, will not support your oppressor. Does that sound like it
All right.
aligns with your own principles?
Not necessarily. No, I kind of believe in a hierarchical society, like
So if
Nietzsche
someone
and
was
Jonathan Bowden.
imprisoned,
But yeah,
if someone was imprisoned, you could benefit, it was convenient, and you could benefit from their oppression, you think that's justified.
if someone repeat that, I'm sorry.
If someone is
Was
exploiting another sentient individual, we can stick with human. Let's say someone is
okay.
enslaving another human and they're selling you products. Are you going to keep buying those products knowing that there's someone being enslaved?
Um, does it benefit me directly?
Yes, you're buying the products.
And I know these people are being enslaved. I
Yep,
mean,
it's inherent in the product that you're buying.
yeah, probably not because
Right.
of humans,
And why do
but
you respect humans?
because they're me. I'm a human. You're a human. I think I have more. I like. It's not like a again like a prejudice or a hatred. I think it's just like I'm gonna find a more
Well,
common ground with a
the
human
person
than I am an animal.
enslaving the other human thinks that their group, whatever that group is superior to whoever it is that they're enslaving. What would you tell the person that's enslaving the other person? What would you tell them like why they shouldn't do that?
Well, I mean, I'd say they're wrong because no one really is superior to each other in the eyes of God. But
But they think they
animals.
are. You have to convince them. Just telling them that they're wrong isn't going to convince them to stop.
Well, I mean, if they're already thinking they're superior to another human being, then there's just no convincing. They're just not good people. There's no way to convince a
All
morally
right.
great
So
person
let
that
me
their
help you
morals are
out. Let me
wrong.
help you out. You would appeal to their humanity, right? That fact that they are human. You already said this
They have no
before.
humanity if
And
they
they
think they're
can,
superior to someone
but
else.
right, but you would focus on the similarities between them and their slave, right? That slave is a sentient being who cares about what happens to them. They have their own purpose, just like we do. And if we don't want others to infringe their purpose onto us, what right do we have to force our purpose onto them?
Um, I don't know, but
We
what I do
don't.
know is
We
that
don't have the
humans,
right to force our purpose onto another human.
right?
Right.
I mean, which
What is it
legally,
then between a human and an animal that morally justifies the difference in treatment?
well, humans are quite literally, and this is gonna sound pretty bad, but like we kind of are like superior to these animals
So
in
you
some way.
are
I mean,
going
we're
with might makes right, and if you're outside of my group, it's okay for me to dominate your body.
if you're outside of the human
If you're
species,
outside of my group, yep. Is that
and it's
really a
not.
morally relevant difference?
Well, it is
So,
immoral.
based off of your logic, then kicking a dog for fun is moral.
No,
Why?
because it's not my moral.
I'm going to kick a dog for fun. Do you think I'm a moral person?
Yeah, that's your moral. If you think kicking a dog is for fun is immoral,
Do
that's your personal
you
moral. I
think
think it's wrong though.
you're dodging
Personally,
the
I think it's
question?
wrong.
Why is it wrong?
I'm not dodging. I'm just
Why
saying
is it
I think it's
wrong?
wrong
Why is it wrong?
because you're kicking an animal.
What's wrong with that? They're animals, they're not humans. So, what's wrong with kicking a dog?
It's a dog.
Yeah, you're
Like
begging the question now. What's morally wrong with kicking a dog?
it's not moral. Like
Why is
come
you're
on.
begging the question again? You're not answering it. Why is it immoral? I understand the dog is a dog. I understand the dog is not a human. Why is it immoral to kick a dog for fun?
I don't know. Why don't you answer that one?
Because they're
Since I
sentient.
don't know.
They're sentient and they care about what happens to themselves. That's why it matters.
But do I care?
Do you? If someone was kicking a dog in the park, are you really just going to walk by and think, well, they're just having a good time?
Well, I don't personally want to.
Personally, I'm done talking to you. You're not being a genuine person. You're just trying to fight me and defeat me Veganism is literally respecting other animals. And you're up here trying to tell me that because you're a human, because you're supremacist, your supremacy group is better than the others, you have the right to ignore someone's ability to suffer and use their body for your pleasures, regardless of their experiences, regardless of their consent. You're going to use their body for your pleasure. It's gross. You should really think about what you're defending. Hey, Lori, how are you?
Hey girl, I'm all right.
Right on.
How's it going so far?
It's going all right. I was glad that someone was willing to
Let's
come
get
up.
these meat.
I know,
Oh,
right?
get them up here. Let's get them up
Let's get
here.
him up here.
Yep.
All right. Appreciate you being up here, Lori. Hey, Red
So right.
Mask. You're muted.
Hello.
Hey, are you over 18?
Yep.
All right. So why aren't you vegan yet?
What type of is this, like the one that includes both meat and dairy?
So veganism is a principled stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. So if someone was exploiting you, right, without your consent, regardless of what you wanted, someone was using you and selling those benefits to other people, and they're only doing it because they're getting paid, I would not support them out of principle because you care about what happens to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I wouldn't support the human exploitation. That's wrong.
I agree. Yeah, because you wouldn't want to be exploited like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm okay if you're like a vegan yourself and you don't believe in that. I'm okay with that as long as you're like not like forcing that upon other people. If you like express your beliefs sometimes, yeah, that's
Can you
I'm
give
okay with
me
that.
can you give me one example of a vegan forcing veganism on somebody?
Oh no, that's not what I meant.
Oh, okay. I was like, no one can
I was
force
just
anybody to
saying,
do anything. Veganism is
like, you know
you
how.
having ethics
Okay.
against someone's exploitation. You don't want to support someone's exploitation when you can avoid doing so. That's all veganism
Uh,
is.
I'm a big dairy guy. I I eat meat. I just I don't really I don't
Okay.
really care that much about that.
Well, do you care
I
if
am
someone
not.
was like kicking a dog?
Yeah, I
I would
wouldn't
too.
compare that though
So, why is it wrong to kick a dog?
because it's I don't know, it's really mean to just
It's mean. Why
kick
is it
an
mean?
innocent. They're innocent and they're not really doing that much wrong.
Yeah, they're innocent and they can suffer, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, and to
And you're
cause,
not gonna get anything out of kicking them.
I mean, regardless of the benefits, right? The moral issue is kicking a dog is immoral because they care about what happens to themselves and they can suffer. You should avoid causing someone harm if you can, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. So if
You're saying you're comparing this because of like
well, I'll
people
get
who
there.
like slaughter cows to like
Well, let me
eat that,
ask
right?
you, what do you think is worse, being kicked or having your head removed?
Uh, I mean, yeah, having your head removed.
Yeah.
I get it.
Well, that's
You
why
think
I use
that's
that
incredibly
comparison.
immoral. It's just that
I think that.
humanity itself is
What about you?
predatory. What do you mean?
What about you? Do you want to support that? Do you want to support worse than kicking a dog?
I, it's not like I'm
So if kicking a
supporting it.
dog
I
is
just
bad,
don't.
escalating the violence to taking someone's life is worse, right? So
Okay.
if people shouldn't kick dogs, they shouldn't take the lives of animals just for sensory pleasure. That's just another form of entertainment. So kicking a dog for fun or taking the head off of a cow for fun, neither are moral, right?
Blame evolution.
It's not
We have
evolution. We have
we're
evidence.
natural predators. Even if it's like immoral, we
Red,
will.
I don't think that you're actually equipped for this conversation
You're not tracking.
Yeah, I don't think you're equipped for this conversation because we can thrive on a plant-based diet. Do you think what is the nutrient you think that you can't get from any other source that you have to use animals for?
I don't know.
There's
Give me
nothing.
an example. I don't know.
There is nothing.
I wouldn't.
You can get everything on a
Can you
whole
give me an example?
of what? I'm not making your argument for you, Red Mask. I think you need to hang out in the chat for a bit. You're just
You've been
not tracking.
token. Is he token or drinking? Friday night.
It ain't token because I tell you, I'm sharp. You know, like
I know what I'm doing.
yeah.
I'm not a little tokey, but shoot.
Let's get another one up here. Yeah, I don't know. He could have been somebody just wasting my time.
Could have been, yeah.
Hey, Carter, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so why aren't you vegan yet?
Okay. What's your answer for the food chain? Like just
Why
ignoring
aren't
human.
you vegan yet?
I like the taste of meat. You know, just
Does
as much as
taste
lion
morally-
likes.
Does taste morally justify taking someone's life or violating them?
Well, okay. I need you to answer my question first because it's question for question. I understand this is your live.
It's not a
but
question for question. I'm actually wanting to know. I want to understand why you're living inconsistently because I'm sure that you agree that kicking a dog for fun is immoral.
I don't think that. I think it's an attachment thing. You know, you're attached to your kids, so you.
Yeah. Well, then you have a good day. I want to talk to honest actors, not people lying out their
What?
butt. Yeah. Oh, it's totally moral to kick a dog.
Oh my God.
Charger World, are you over 18? Hello? Okay. Brooklyn. Come on down. Hey, are you over 18? Hi.
Yes.
Right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Well, I am pescatarian. I forgot how to say it.
What
but
year were you born?
I only 2007.
Okay. You sound very young.
Yes, I get that a lot.
So you're a pescatarian.
Yes.
Continue.
And I was vegan. Oh, and I also eat dairy as well.
Okay.
But I was vegan, but my hair started falling out, so I started eating fish.
Liar. If you're losing your hair, there's some other issue going on, or you're just not eating. Hey, Elliot, are you over 18?
Yep.
Right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
You're reborn.
Is it not vegan to touch myself? Is that like a
It's absolutely vegan to do what you want to yourself, as long as you're consenting, of course, right? You're consenting to yourself.
What a freak.
Yeah, it's child, you know. When people know that they're wrong, they become ridiculous, and that's what you get. You get either adults acting like children or children imitating their parents. Hey, Z to Chad, are you over 18?
Yes.
What year were you born?
But you.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
89.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I was vegan for a period. I've seen forks over knives back in the day. Okay, my main reason I'm not, I'm big into like health, and I know the health community is big on red meat, raw milk, and seafood and eggs.
Wrong.
You want to stop me there? Or I'll keep on.
Wrong.
That's not healthy.
Okay, well,
That's not right. That's totally wrong.
egg is a superfood. Do you deny that?
I don't care. I don't
You
care.
don't care?
No.
It's
What's-
chicken's period.
What's the morally relevant difference between a chicken and a human that justifies enslaving her for her eggs?
Humans have a spirit, soul, and body. Animals have a
Can you prove
body.
that?
I'd say they have a soul.
Can you prove that, please? Yeah. You
So in the
can't-
past years, I
you
think we've
can't-
had.
you can't prove a spirit, so we're gonna move on. Rod Swain. Yeah, that was hilarious. Rod Swain, are you over 18?
I am.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I don't believe that animals have an intrinsic moral value.
Why?
Because they're animals and they're not human.
Are you an
That's
animal?
not a good enough reason, though. What's
you
your
an
reason?
animal?
Why is that?
What's your
No,
reason?
I'm
What's
not an
your
animal.
reason to think that animals
You're
don't?
not an animal.
Hold on, Lori.
Wait,
Wait,
he
I
says
can't
he's not
hear
an
you.
animal.
You are an animal,
He
Rod.
says he's yeah, you're an animal.
You're a mammal.
You're a mammal?
No, I'm
You're
a
an
Part of
animal?
the
human.
great apes.
No. You're part of the animal
I'm not going to talk to
group.
somebody that denies science.
Right.
I am not
Why
an
I was
animal.
asking
I am
you.
better.
Yeah.
Hey, right.
That's why I wanted to ask him if, you an animal? Obviously, he didn't pass biology.
Yeah. It's like high school biology, too. Riker, are you over 18?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a child. Creed the Legend, are you over 18?
Yes.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I like meat. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'd rather be
But
honest.
no, I had some things you said. Why is it morally wrong to kick or the dog question? Well, first off, I mean it's just wrong because it's abuse. You're
What's wrong
abusing
with
an
abuse?
animal. Well, I don't believe in abusing.
What is wrong
I
with
mean, I believe
abuse?
like what's wrong with abuse?
Yeah.
Aren't you against abuse?
What is wrong with abuse? I know why I'm against abuse. I want to know why you are against abuse of a dog.
Because I mean, you're physically hurting something.
Exactly. They're suffering, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the reason
So
why I draw that line is because do you think cows don't suffer? Do you think it'd be okay if instead of a dog I was kicking a cow?
well, are you talking?
Same
How you
reasons, just for
saying?
fun.
No, I'm not saying like how do you say abusing a cow?
So as
Like
I was kicking the dog for fun, instead of a dog, now I'm kicking a cow for fun.
no. We're not talking about kicking anything.
Is it moral? Yes or no?
No, I don't
I agree.
believe that abusing an animal,
Exactly.
especially one of God's creatures.
Because
So I know what you're getting. I think I know what you're getting.
why is it that I shouldn't kick the cow? Is it the same reason that I shouldn't kick a dog?
I don't get your point on that
Okay,
because
let's
you
go back
shouldn't
to
be
the
kicking.
beginning. You keep talking. Maybe you should just listen for a second.
I'll be right back, Anna.
Okay. Why is it immoral to kick a dog? You said because they will feel pain. And I said, if I change out the dog for a cow now, will the cow feel pain too? Is it immoral to kick a cow for the same reasons it's immoral to kick the dog? And the answer should be yes. It is immoral to kick a cow for the same reasons it's immoral to kick a dog. Is that clear enough? It's in the middle. The mute button's in the middle. We can't hear you. Okay. Well, you'll figure out the button. Desperation. Hey, are you over 18?
Yes.
What year were you born?
2007.
All right. Why aren't you vegan yet?
So I have been vegetarian for a few years, but I don't think I could go full vegan. I just feel like I can't give up milk and dairy product.
What does veganism
I just feel like
mean?
it's something I can't give up.
What does veganism mean?
Well, veganism?
Yeah.
To not eat animals and dairy products.
I mean,
Not eat products of animals.
that's something we do, but it's not what veganism means. It's a principled stance against the exploitation of other beings. So if someone was exploiting you, I don't know how long you've been in the live, but I've used this example a few times. If someone was exploiting you and only doing so because there's a benefit from exploiting you and they're selling that benefit, I wouldn't give my money or support your oppressor in any way as much as I possibly could avoid, because I know you care about what happens to you, because you're a sentient being and I'm a sentient being. I care about what happens to me. Does that
Very
make
true.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't support the people that hang up animals and make them fatty and don't let them roam free. They just hang them up and produce milk, and it's wrong. That is basically torture. They're putting them up on these things. I don't support that at all.
Do you know,
I mean,
have you
it's just
ever
awful.
considered going vegan or seen what the animals go through even on small, nice farms?
I have considered it. I mean, it's just, I feel like I can't give up milk and cheese. It's like,
So what I would do is I would suggest watch Dominion. It's free on YouTube. And pay attention to the part where they focus on dairy. Because honestly, dairy is the reason why I
it's
went.
messed up.
Yeah.
It's
Because, well,
very
and let's
messed
walk
up.
through it. Like, why does a cow produce milk?
Not for humans, probably.
Right. She's a
I
mammal.
would assume. Right.
She's a mammal. So when do mammals produce milk?
When?
hmm Like a human woman. When does a human woman produce milk?
When they're pregnant.
After they given birth, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's for the child.
So when
It's not necessarily for consumption. There's studies that show that it upsets the human body. Like that's why a bunch of humans are lactose.
Very true.
Because you're not supposed to consume it.
Yeah, it's meant for a baby cow. It's meant to turn a baby cow into a large animal. Yeah. So
Right.
what we're doing though for dairy, she becomes pregnant. Do you think she decides that she's going to get pregnant, or do you think the farmer decides?
The farmer, I mean,
Yeah.
they breed, and it's just awful.
Yeah. But this is regardless, even if they're not being overbred, right? This is even one time, right? You're using someone's body without their consent, you know? So if she doesn't choose to get pregnant, would you consider that fair to begin with?
Not necessarily, no.
I agree. So after a 9 months pregnancy, she gives birth to her baby. And dairy cows are one of the most studied farm animals. And they've been found to be extremely maternal. So they build a bond with their baby rapidly, and it's pretty deep. And so we have to separate them because the baby will drink the milk. And that's the product to sell. So they have to separate them. And either they give the baby an allotted amount of their mother's milk, or they're given a substitute. Either way, they're separated so that the mom can be milked like up to 3 times a day. What do you think happens to the baby if it's a boy?
Probably either fed and bred or slaughtered.
Yeah, most often they're slaughtered at maximum maybe 2 years to become low quality beef products. A cow can live to be like 20 or 24, like a dog, you know, or a cat. So we're cutting their life off at a couple of years because they're considered a waste product of the dairy industry. Some of them they actually just unalive right there on day one, because you have to have a market to sell veal or the lower quality beef. And if you don't have that, then they're just a cost. So that's why for me, dairy is just so inherently evil. Just to start off with, they have to set up a situation where a cow is graped either by the farmer or a male cow to be made pregnant.
Yeah.
You know, and that already is terrible. I would never want to accept
It's
that for my
wrong.
own reality. Exactly.
It's morally wrong.
Yeah.
And I also see in the comments that they eat meat for protein or eat dairy for protein and vitamins, but you can get the stuff other ways. There's beans, there's certain beans that have protein in them, stuff
Actually,
like that.
all plant foods have protein. They have all the amino
Right.
acids
Most
in varying
do.
amounts.
Most do.
Yeah. There was actually a study that came out recently that looked at all the amino acids inside of plant foods, and they found that they have them all. So as long as you eat your needed calories in a day and you eat a varied diet, you're going to get your protein in. So.
And you know, it's just such a complicated situation. I mean, people are pro meat all the time, and I've been vegetarian for like quite a few years now with my sister, and she makes cauliflower wings that taste exactly like meat.
Yep.
She makes food that tastes exactly like meat. Like if they tried it, it tastes like meat, but it's plant.
Yeah. And I mean,
I feel like it's not a big deal.
Right. Most people agree with us that causing an animal unnecessary harm is immoral. But we've been told for so long to just accept using animals for other things that we just don't even give it a second thought. We think it's this necessary evil. And so we just accept it. And some people even dig their heels in because it's just been so long. It's hard to think, oh, I've been doing something that's terrible my whole life. And to
Yeah.
think I need to change can be scary. Well, so I want to ask you then, do you feel like I understand that you'll still maybe get this craving of that nostalgic flavor, but when you buy dairy, will you see that nostalgia, or will you see that mother being separated from her baby, or her being graped, essentially to make that cheese?
I feel like I will always see that, and meat that I see at the store, it disgusts me.
Yeah.
It's really disgusting. I mean, and someone did make a valid argument saying that, unfortunately, because America likes to make people non-healthy, so they make it more expensive. It's
Yeah.
very hard to be a vegan, kind of, in some ways.
It's actually the cheapest foods in the store. Like the
Well, it
beans,
depends.
the rice, the whole foods, like the
That is pretty
vegetables.
cheap.
Yeah. Most places, those are the cheapest foods in the store. And honestly, they're the healthiest foods. So there's this thing called the Vegan Daily Dozen. You can just Google that, and it will show you this list of foods. It's like, make sure you eat 3 servings of beans, and make sure you eat 3 servings, or it's actually 5 servings of vegetables, but one's a cruciferous and the other one's a dark leafy. But it's a really, really easy checklist. I started out with that, and now it's like, not even a second thought, because it's just habit. And it took me maybe about a month to get my habits down. But I'll tell you, practicing those habits, the pain, if you will, or the suffering I went through, pales in comparison to what the animals go through. So
Yeah. It definitely depends on what you're eating as well, because you can be vegan and you can be unhealthy at the same time.
Of course.
Like,
yes. So
So
that's
it
why
just depends
that's
on
why
what
I
you
give the
consume.
nutritionfacts.org, because if you're concerned, like, I'm not going to sit here and preach health to somebody who eats junk food, because they already don't care about their health. That's boring cardboard information. But the reality is, if you want to be healthy, you can absolutely and easily be healthy on a whole food plant-based diet. And it's even one of the cheapest diets. They found it to be like, I think they said 30 to 16% cheaper. So,
Yeah, right.
yeah, like
I
I
mean,
said.
you can. I mean, they're saying it's disrespectful to tell them what to eat. You can eat what you want. It is ultimately up to your decision. But I just to be aware of what's going on in the society,
Well, and
what's
I'm not.
happening to these animals and other stuff. You know what I mean?
Vegans don't care what you eat. We're talking about someone losing everything for you. It's not about personal choice. It's about the victim at the other side of that choice, right? Is it really a personal choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, victims. But is it
Because
really?
it's all encircling. Yeah.
No,
go
no,
ahead,
I
sorry.
keep talking over you, Laura. I really want you to speak. I'm so sorry.
No, I was just saying it's all encircling. It affects every animal on the planet, and it's just not sustainable anymore. And science says by 2035 to 2070, we're all going to be vegan, or most of us will be.
At least plant-based.
Plant-based, yeah. And what I was going to say to Des is that the reason you're having such a hard time, and I don't know if you know this, but there's something called casomorphine in cow milk, and it's to bring the baby back to eat. It doesn't affect the baby or the mother, but it does affect humans, and that's why it's so hard to get off dairy products, milk, cheese, yogurt. That's why, because it binds just like a morphine effect to your brain receptors.
Yeah, it gives you that
And
pleasure.
it wants you to keep coming back. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing. You can look it up. It's CASIN.
Casomorphine. But yeah, so just the whole point though is there's a victim involved, and when it's not a personal choice when you have a victim, you're just committing an immoral act. So I don't want people to think that I'm here to say you should do what I say. It's more like, you already agree that using an animal or causing them unnecessary harm is immoral. Why are you then demanding their unalivement or their violation so that you can have 15 minutes of taste pleasure?
Because a cow is still a soul.
There's still
that
a
guy
sentient
that was talking
being.
about, not being an animal, we kind of evolved from that to how we are today. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me that they think that's
even
moral.
if, let's say he's right. Let's say animals don't have a soul, but humans do. And, that means that we get a second life, right? We get to go live in whatever second life you think that it is, a heaven or whatever, That means we get another existence. animals then only have the here and now, if that's what you're saying, right? That means we're taking away their one existence and we're making it even shorter just for sensory pleasure. It just is more insulting then to the animals to take their life if they have no soul. It's even more unfair, in my opinion. So
They can't speak. They don't have their own opinion.
I think it's unfair to breed them into existence and then unalive them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right.
All right. Well, Desperation, I really appreciate you coming up. Would you be willing to watch Dominion?
Yeah.
Awesome. Would you be willing to go completely plant-based until you watch Dominion? It's free on YouTube. Meaning no dairy until you watch it. So I'll tell you why I say that. There were some studies done where they had some people eating nuts and another group eating beef jerky, and they both watched the same. They watched the same chunk of the film Dominion. It was the first chapter essentially, and the people that ate the nuts were more willing to listen to what was being said in the video and to accept that animals are conscious and have abilities, whereas the people who ate the beef jerky were less inclined to accept that animals are cognizant and sentient and care about what happens to them. So what's happening is called cognitive dissonance, and it's because you just had this benefit or you're gaining a benefit from something even though it crosses your own principles. So you don't want to think about it logically, and it almost makes you uncomfortable to think about it. So you just kind of shut down. You don't want to absorb information.
Your brain shuts it out physically because you don't want to think about it.
So if you go
into wrong.
Yeah. So if you go into watching it, having not consumed animals, since your conversation, there's a higher chance of you watching it more honestly and from your own actual principles instead of having this cognitive dissonance kind of mucking it up. So that's why
people need to know the truth. I feel like
absolutely
they need to look into what they're arguing about.
Yeah, Desperation, you sound like a vegan. So maybe it's just that you need to see it and you'll be like, oh yeah, that's totally against my principles.
I've seen production videos of them, hanging up animals and doing all that. It's just disgusting.
I mean, the dairy industry does end up becoming the meat industry because as soon as her milk production declines, right, she gets sent to the same slaughterhouse as all the other cows. So supporting dairy is the same as supporting animal flesh, industries. They're the same market, sadly.
Yeah, technically. I mean, it all just depends, but in the end, it's just all practically the same thing.
Yeah, so it's best to just abstain from it all because we recognize that animals are sentient beings. They may not look like us and they may not have the same priorities, but they care about what happens to them. And if we lost our sapience, our ability to think about thoughts, we would still want to be respected, right? We wouldn't want to be used for the greater good without our consent. We'd still want our autonomy respected and, our best interests taken into consideration. And I'm just saying we should extend that to all sentient beings with that similar capacity to suffer and feel joy.
And not look at them as being so different.
Yeah, because our differences don't define us. Our differences don't morally justify difference in treatment.
Right. I mean, exactly, and it's just like with slavery. They brought Black Americans over here, and they didn't know them, they didn't understand them, and they thought they were wild and crazy, just like they did with the Native Americans. And so just because they look different doesn't mean they're different, because you can see it in their body language and the way they move and how they react to you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
People don't like to accept the truth. I really do think that.
It's very true.
Called indoctrination.
Yeah.
We've all been indoctrinated to thinking that we need to eat animals to survive, and we don't.
All right, Desperation, I'm gonna drop you now, but I do want to give you a follow. But I sometimes my little menu of who's in the room doesn't have everyone when I have you up. But I will give you a follow, and if you want to give me a follow back, follow Lori. And if you watch Dominion, please reach out to either of us. I'd love to talk to you and know your thoughts, or if it made any difference for you.
Yeah, for sure. I hope you guys have a good night and stuff.
You as well, Desperation. I really appreciate you coming up.
Yep.
All right, you have a good day. Awesome. For some reason, I can't always see if I have a guest up. I can't see them in my list of who's in the room. And so I can't.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there you are. Haha.
But,
Got it. Follow back. There we go. Got you.
oh, okay, got her.
Yeah, I got her. But sometimes I can't follow them and I'm like in a panic and I'm like, I don't know. I'll write it down.
Right.
Oh, anyway. All right. How are you feeling, Lori?
I'm good. Just a little tired. I had a graveyard shift last night, so.
Oof. Yeah, I feel like working nights is just doesn't matter if it's like the same amount of hours, even fewer hours. It's exhausting to work nights.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. It just messes your sleep up.
It
Even worse.
totally does. It absolutely does. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I appreciate you being here
that's
with me.
nice. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I do appreciate bringing me up.
Hell yeah. Always. I don't even know what I was really doing that other day. I don't know. I went on and I was like, I kind of feel like flying solo for a while. Then I felt, I don't know, exhausted from all the people. Oh, I just invited someone up. They didn't want to come up. But yeah, I appreciate you being up here. All right. Christmas.
Hello?
Hey, are you over 18?
Yes.
Right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I eat almost 200 to 300 grams of protein. So in order for me to even consume that amount would be ungodly. Not to mention, on top of that, most vegan-based protein powders, to even fill in that void, are the ones that test positive for high contaminants of metals. So that alone is enough. Secondary,
You
Jesus
can eat
himself
other
placed
protein
the
sources.
livestock.
Let's take one step at a time first, okay? Let's approach one thing at a time first, Chris.
Yeah. All right.
All right, let's go.
So let's start with your protein point. So I would say, let's say, it's not gram for gram, but let's say maybe you did have to eat a little more plant-based food. Would that really be an issue when it comes to not demanding someone's exploitation?
Yes, because plants don't have the same macros that meat do.
Okay, but
that's the problem.
Why not eat humans? They have a better profile of flesh.
Because Jesus did.
Oh,
my second point again.
So Jesus comes in
did not
second.
place.
Let
Hold
me
on,
get this
I'm still
straight.
speaking.
Let me get this
I'm
straight.
speaking even-
This guy says his first issue is protein, and then Jesus would be number 2. I thought God was supposed to be your guys' number 1 thing here. So if Jesus really has an issue with veganism, why wouldn't that be your first thing? So protein, we can get all the protein we need on a plant-based diet. Jesus is actually the Prince of Peace and compassion. We can't hear you, so I'm going to keep talking until you unmute. It's in the middle. You should go check out the movie Christspiracy. They actually look at the original sea scrolls of the Abrahamic Bible, and they look at those words like dominion or all those verses that are focused in on the use of animals. And it comes to show that Jesus sounds a little more like an animal rights activist, if you ask me. The flipping of the tables, the den of thieves is actually the den of violent ones. And I forgot what the translation word or what the original word was in the sea scrolls, but they translate it to actually mean steward, not dominion. So a good steward to take care of the animals, not necessarily take their life. In addition to your book, I'm going to keep going. It's in the middle if you want to unmute yourself. In the beginning of your book is the Garden of Eden, if I remember correctly. And the Garden of Eden is vegan, as there is no death, there is no evil. And the end times will also have no death or evil on God's mountain. And heaven also will not have death or suffering. So it sounds to me that your God has defined perfection as veganism and has been testing you and you're failing.
The Lord in the Bible biblically placed animals here for us to consume.
You didn't hear a fucking word I said, so we'll just move on.
No,
I don't want to talk to a wall.
I was going to give him a couple of Bible verses.
Yeah, like about slavery and such.
No. I mean, Romans has it, and so does Genesis about what it says. So it's like it says one thing and it says something else. So it's contradicting, and people shouldn't always depend on that book.
Yeah. And I mean, if you really are, there are people that do break down the Bible a little more granularly. Like, I'm not Christian, so I don't really
Right.
want to debate your religion, but there's his name is Vegan Heretic. He's on YouTube. He even has a book. It's called the or Vegan versus Verses. And I just rearranged my room, so it's like up on a shelf right now. But anyway, he actually goes through and he even has YouTube videos where he talks about parts of the Bible and how it more relates to veganism and being peaceful and compassionate, what the Bible is supposed to be preaching, not this God said I could shove a knife in someone's throat to lick their insides.
Exactly.
Because that's what it turns into. I'm like, you're literally saying that your God is like making you do satanic cults, right? I thought the idea, and that's even insulting to Satanism, but it's like the stereotype of a Satanist was that they were making sacrifices of animals and like drinking their blood, and it's like they're actually doing that. It's pretty wild. But
must have been a kid.
yeah. Z to Chad. Oh wait, we just spoke.
Hey, yeah.
I'm not going to talk to you again. Gentry. If it was a good conversation, I'm sorry to drop you, but I often don't like to bring people up on the same live because I have a lot of a-holes. Gentry, are you over 18? We can't hear you if you're teacupped.
Yep, I'm 19.
All right. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Well, we raise animals, so it'd be kind of dumb to raise animals, not eat them, I guess.
Well,
I think.
why are we raising them? We could just stop.
Well, I actually had a question for you guys, if you don't mind answering it. Do you guys have pets? Like dogs, cats?
I have rescued someone from the pound, yes.
So it's okay for you guys to have pets, but not okay for us to have
Okay,
cows?
so I just want to be clear. Are you here to actually have a conversation, or are you here to just try to play all the fallacies? Because this is an
No,
appeal
I'm here to have a conversation,
All right,
but
so I just want you
I'm
to know
just
that you're committing a fallacy right now. This has nothing to do with my topic. All right? What I do
well,
has
it
nothing to do
would
with your choices, right? Right?
it would be an argument against, yeah, sure. It'd be an argument against us graping animals. So if you think we're graping animals, don't you think it's wrong for you to own a pet because
No.
you'd be graping them?
Why am I graping
How is that not the same?
I'm not graping my cat.
Yeah, but to have more babies, you're breeding them into
I
existence.
don't breed her.
But you bought one,
I went to somewhere
or
where
you
they
or
took
you
her
got
off.
one.
Yes, I rescued her off the street. She had actually been in there the longest. So we took home who had been there the longest. My partner went in there and said, who had been in here the longest? By far, she had been in there like 6 months. And we took her home.
So, but why are we breeding
I
dogs into
agree. Why
existence then?
are we
If you
breeding them into existence? We shouldn't be doing that. I
so
wholeheartedly agree. Do you think
okay.
that me going to like Humane Society or some kind of local shelter, do you think that's demanding that animals be bred into existence?
No,
Okay.
no.
I agree that people
What's your
shouldn't be going to
argument?
breeders. That's terrible. You should not demand someone be bred into existence for you. I agree. And as far as your idea of pets, I don't think that it's moral, even to go to a rescue, to go save an animal just to be your toy. That's immoral. I went there because I had the ability to help somebody and she needed help. So that's the
Okay.
difference.
Do you guys like believe in riding horses, or is that exploiting them also?
Well, how does a horse become a safe ride?
Training.
Right. Do you think that have you ever seen the training?
Yeah, I train horses actually.
Oh, tell me then, what are the techniques?
Um, Respect.
That's not a technique, my friend. So are you lying to me now?
No, I'm not lying.
Okay, then
But
tell me
you have,
I want to know, how do you train a horse?
what do you want to know?
I want to know how you get a horse to allow you to ride on their back. Do you just get on there and they're like, okay?
No, you gotta put it on. You gotta do groundwork. I don't know if you know what that is. Groundwork. Just get them used to you around them
Groundwork, you
until
mean
you
like
can't.
putting them on the ground and sitting on them so that they know that
No,
they have to submit? They are not the ones in
no,
control.
yeah,
You are. You even put a bit in
no.
their
That's not what
mouth. Like if you did this to a human, would it still be considered
my
humane?
horse.
If you did
Have
this
you
to a
ever been around
human, you're not
horses?
listening to me. If you did this to a human, would it still be humane?
Well, we're not horses, so
So it's not humane. So
in
it's
some
not humane.
instances,
So it's not
it's not
humane.
humane for horse.
I have a child. I give birth to them. I decide I want to ride them. I start to groom them to be comfortable with me on their back and to be used to a bit in their mouth and a belt around their waist and me kicking them a little bit every once in a while. Is that moral? Because I want to get around and go around on trails.
No, because we're human.
Why is it immoral though? I
Horses,
don't understand.
horses
You're
are.
not telling me why it's wrong. You're just telling me we're human, they're horses. That doesn't tell me anything.
Why it's wrong to do that to a human? Because humans aren't made for that. You can't ride.
Who made
I
humans?
mean,
Humans are something that has been evolved, right? And horses aren't made for that either. How many horses have you seen in the wild with someone riding on their back? Don't you think if they
um,
wanted to do that, they would put their babies on their back? They don't even do that. Why the hell would they want you on their back? You've groomed them into
uh,
this. They don't like it. You've literally groomed them. Do you know what grooming means?
um,
You've
like made them
practiced
think
them
that
to
it's okay.
accepting it. You've practiced them into accepting it. Let me give you the actual definition. Grooming.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to putting the bit.
Do you
How can you
agree?
say
Do you agree that it's immoral to train a horse to ride them?
no? I don't think it's immoral. I
Why
just
is
told you
it
that
why is it okay to do to horses but not okay to do to the child I explained?
because a child is not made for
Again,
riding.
you say
I
made.
think that's
Who
pretty
said made?
self-explanatory.
Who made anybody? We're evolved. And again, horses are
No,
not
we're not evolved.
horses. Okay. Done yelling at a wall. What an idiot. Like the whole point.
That sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, like when you look at horses in the wild, they never have anyone on their back. Sometimes there's a monkey that might be picking bugs off of them, but they're not riding the horse.
Yeah.
And people are like, no, my horse likes it. I'm like, no, they don't. You
Yeah.
groomed them into this. They only have fun
Yeah.
time. You allow only fun time when you're on their back. That's it. So they think
Right.
this is the only time I get to play. This is playtime.
Yep. Totally true. Totally true.
And honestly, Lori, I almost expected you to pop in because he's like, I train horses, and I'm like, I don't think you do.
Oh, I was putting my groceries on and I heard that, and then I wasn't able to get to the phone.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
okay. Oh, don't be sorry. I just
You
thought it was
dumping
funny
me.
that he's all like
Yeah.
trying to fake
I
that he
will.
trains horses. He does not.
No, he doesn't. That's not. Yeah, I just was laughing, but I was.
Yeah,
maybe
I bet you were laughing.
Yeah.
For all those
Doesn't
that
sound
don't
very-
know, Lori used to green break horses. So once they were a little wild out in the field, she would step in and have to retrain them.
I did barrel racing too, just
Woo!
for a little bit. But
That's
I didn't like
intense.
it. Mhm.
Yeah, see?
Very.
That guy don't know crap about what he's talking about. Hey, Maddox, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I like meat.
Okay. Does that morally justify violating someone's body?
Well, I don't think that an animal other than a human is a someone, and I think that animals and humans
So,
have different moral values.
does entertainment and pleasure morally justify doing whatever you want to animals?
Entertainment and pleasure?
Yeah.
Like as in eating an animal?
Sure.
Well, does that justify doing something to others? Because I think that
Yeah.
a human being morally has more value
Why?
than an animal that isn't a human being.
Why?
Well, first, humans are conscious.
So
right?
are animals.
Not conscious at the point that
The New
humans
York
are.
Declaration of Consciousness and the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness. Go read them.
I mean, I don't have them up, but
Okay, well, go
morally,
look
I
into
can
them. They
decide
go
what's
down
right and
all,
wrong.
specifically mammals with brains and spinal cords, we can safely assume are sentient, meaning they care about what happens to them. And that's all that matters. Because guess what? We have humans that are not sapient, but only sentient. And we would still find it immoral to exploit those humans. So the qualifiers to be respected really are just sentience. And other than that, it's just whether or not they're in your group. And that's kind of like a type of racism or some kind of arbitrary, harmful discrimination. Wouldn't you agree? You're ignoring the fact they can suffer because you get a benefit from oppressing them.
I mean, if I can't kill an animal, why can't an animal kill another animal?
Because you're a moral agent. You understand morality. You have sapience.
Exactly. I do not think that
So,
an animal
Maddox,
has
let me give you
moral
another
value.
example. Do you think that a parent who has moral agency has the right to exploit a child who doesn't understand morality?
I mean, if an
adult
kills
an adult human, do they have the right to exploit a child? Yes or no?
No.
Why
because
not?
Because they're a human.
Who cares? What's there to respect about humans that animals don't have?
Moral value.
What do you mean extrinsic value? Because we all have inherent value.
I think inherently a human being has more moral value than any other animal.
So we get this straight. You think that you want to live more than an animal wants to live? That's very egotistical of you. So an animal cares about what happens to them and they want to live just as much as you do. What morally then is the difference between you two? Because not all humans are sapient.
I morally know what's right and wrong. An animal does not.
A child doesn't know what's right and wrong, dummy.
Because they haven't learned that.
Okay,
no animal
so
can learn
children that aren't going to make it past the age of 10, it's okay to exploit them because they're never going to understand morality.
Exploit them as in
use them for whatever we want and regardless of what they want.
No.
Why not? They're not going to ever learn about morality.
Because they're a human being.
You're begging the question. The reason why we care about humans is because of their sentience. We don't care how intelligent a human is, right? We don't care who a human is related to. We don't care what they look like. They are sentient. That's all that fucking matters. Why is it wrong, for example, to kick a dog for fun?
Because that's abuse.
Oh boy. So why is
you don't think?
Go ahead, Lori, please.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
So why is abuse wrong? In your moral perspective, why is abuse wrong?
Well, I mean, can you define abuse for me?
I'm kicking the dog for fun.
Why is that wrong?
Yeah.
Well, I think that when you kill an animal,
I'm not killing them. I'm just kicking them.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just saying, like in general, like hurting an animal. I think that it's wrong what factories do.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Stop distracting from my question. Answer my question and then monologue. Why is it wrong to kick a dog for fun?
Because it's abuse, and you want me to define
You're begging the question. Why is it wrong?
You want me to define what abuse is?
No, I want to know why you think it's wrong to kick a dog.
Well, because I have a connection to a dog.
Why is it wrong to kick a cow?
Because I do not have a connection to a cow.
Oh, so you think it's okay to kick a cow?
No, I don't think it's okay to kick a cow, but I'm never going to kick a cow.
So why is it immoral to kick a cow?
Because you can't just kick an animal.
Why?
For no reason.
Why?
Why?
Tell me why, Maddox. You keep telling me I can't do something. You're not telling me why. Why?
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, what would you say? Why can't I don't really know why.
Because they're sentient and they care what happens to them. It's wrong to kick a dog because they're going to suffer and they care about that.
But I just think that I know. Like,
then
I understand.
Tell me, if that's not it, why is it wrong to kick a dog? If it's not for the fact that
I
they
agree
suffer.
with you. I agree with
so
you
then
that animals do suffer.
Would you rather be kicked or totally stop? Would you rather be kicked or have your life taken from you? Rather be kicked or have your life taken from you?
Would I rather be kicked?
Yeah.
I would rather be kicked.
And abuse.
Yes.
Abuse is cruelty to humans and animals. That's the definition of abuse.
Yes, ma'am. And I agree with you guys on that. but I don't agree that an animal has the same moral value
I'm
as a
not
human.
telling you to put them on the same level. I'm saying respect animals enough to not demand their exploitation. That's it.
And would you
They
consider
didn't.
like killing an animal exploitation?
Yes.
They didn't want to be
So then
brought
why
into
can an
this
animal
situation.
Go ahead, Lori.
They didn't want to be bred into this situation just to turn around and be unalived in a very at a very young age, or ground up and macerated in the egg industry because they're males, or male cows are being they're being taken away from their mothers just like the females because of milk and veal, and they're not even a couple months old when they do that. They stick them out in dog houses in the snow, and most of them freeze to death.
Yeah.
They feel pain just like you do, just like I do, just like every other animal feels pain, whether it's the smallest bug that's sentient to the biggest animal. We all feel the same. We're animals, they are animals. And they don't even want to be here. They're not even the original animal. They've been so frankenized over the decades that they're not even from the original animal anymore.
Yeah.
I just don't understand that argument, because if a animal can kill another animal, and I get the idea that
Maddox,
an
no,
animal
you're getting stuck into moral agency and moral patience again. I already pointed this out to you. That an adult human does not have the right to exploit a child, even if they're never going to learn about morality, right? Because that
Yes,
child
ma'am.
is still sentient.
Right. And animals don't have a choice in the wild. They don't have a supermarket they can go to. They are in survival mode. You are not. You have options.
I think that animals do not have options, right? Because they are okay. I understand the point of an animal that's bred to be killed. I think that's wrong. But if an animal, you grow as a human, humans are omnivores. We are meant to eat meat.
We can't, but it doesn't mean we have to anymore. We don't have to. We can survive and thrive on plants.
So
Earth
if we don't
until we
have
are dead.
to, sorry, I don't want to talk over you.
No, go
But
ahead.
if we don't have to, like, it doesn't. It still means we can, right? Like,
Yeah, but should you
it
just
doesn't.
because you can? Like, what if you were
For
them?
right now, but science says by 2035 to 2070, majority of us will be vegan because
And what is that?
not-
Because meat is running out.
Meat is not sustainable. It's corroding our world. It's polluting our seas. They are killing our coral reefs, and when they die, we die. When the water goes, we go.
So do you think that we should get rid of cars and we should get rid of everything?
Actually,
that,
Do you know what causes do you know what the biggest greenhouse effect is going
Yes,
right now?
I do know
More
what the
than
biggest greenhouse
cars, more than planes, more than ships. What is it?
Yes, ma'am.
More than
It's animal production.
animal agriculture. Exactly. That's why we're having issues. They are.
But what weighs out
You know
greenhouse
that
gas? I mean, it's just food. Food feeds people, right?
Okay.
Meat feeds
Plants can
people.
feed
There is
people.
millions of people on Earth. Millions. Probably hundreds of millions of people. If we took away meat,
there
they
are
would
8 billion
die.
people on Earth so far. A few of them have died or unalived recently because of wars in other countries that are going on. So I don't even know if we have 8 billion anymore. But the thing is, we kill 93.5 billion animals a year, and that's only land animals. Where are they all going to if we only have 8 billion on this Earth? And we dredge the seas for 3 trillion a year. And I'm not talking about just fish. Plant life goes. Turtles, sharks, stingrays, manta rays, dolphins. And they kill them and throw them over the side. They don't even use them.
As far as like the sustainability and making sure that we feed everybody, it's one of the largest studies on this topic. It's called Reducing Food's Environmental Impacts Through Producers and Consumers. And they actually looked at like thousands of farms in hundreds of countries, and they found that we're using 83% of our current agricultural land, and it's for animal ag, 83 for animal ag, and it's only giving us 18% of our total global calories. So we're burning all these resources so that a small group of people can overindulge on animal flesh and secretions. So
Yeah, and I understand that, but I think that because I live in a place where alfalfa really like does affect my environment, but at what point does switching someone's diet to being vegan, right? I'm not like, I don't know the statistics, but the macros of being a vegan, it is definitely harder and more difficult than you don't think that like getting 30 grams of protein from let's just say
Easily.
a protein shake.
I don't eat protein
How-
shakes. I don't eat
Yeah, I
protein
know.
shakes.
Yeah, but
Okay.
like a milk protein shake,
You
that's
can
dairy.
easily get 30, 50 grams. You can get up to 200 from just Whole Foods. You just have to plan if you want from Whole Foods. You can take a protein powder or
does
some
everyone
other.
have the option to be able to just easily
Yes.
plan to get? No, they don't.
Yes. Most people
No, they
have
don't.
most people have access to a grocery store. Most people have access to beans, rice, locally in season grown fruits and vegetables, canned fruits and vegetables, right? Frozen fruits and vegetables. Most people have access to that, and those are the cheapest foods in the store. Hey, Frisia.
Yes, but think about this. Like when you have a salad, actually, I don't
even
What-
eat
what would
salad
you
that
like-
often. So for my breakfast, I'll usually eat oatmeal. I'll put some ground flaxseed in there, and I'll also put what's the other thing? Hemp seeds. Although you don't really need to do both. I just do both because I like the flavors of them. So flaxseed and in my oatmeal, and I put either some frozen fruit in there that I've got in the freezer, or I'll just put maybe some jam and peanut butter, or I'll put apple is usually what I've been doing lately, and some walnuts. So that's a breakfast. And then for lunch, I kind of am lazy, so I do like a lunch dinner. My partner actually does a lot of the cooking, or all the cooking, I should say. But he makes like a big dinner of whatever vegetables we have, usually 2 or 3, maybe 4 vegetables if he's feeling fancy, but he doesn't really want to cut up a lot. Some tofu, or maybe we'll do soy curls sometimes because soy curls are delicious. And we'll either cook up some rice or some pasta. Usually we eat rice-based pasta, so it's a type of rice anyway. That's it. That's what I eat in a day.
I mean, I just
maybe
think
I'll have a
logistically-
smoothie, a fruit smoothie.
Where would you go? Like if you're on a road trip and you needed to eat vegan food, where
I
would
bring
you go?
food with me.
Okay, but not everyone has that opportunity.
You
like
can't make a
mom,
PB&J.
a mom that is working.
Moms make
20
PB&Js all the time.
Okay. What if
There's
a mom?
vegan
A lot
cheese.
more than men do.
What do you-
okay? Moms do a lot more than dads do.
Yeah, you
I
can
agree with you on that.
hummus on some bread.
But
I
I
would eat
think
that
that a
too.
mom, I think that a parent, a mom, let's just say a mom or a dad working huge shifts,
Yeah, you're not
having
listening
2
to me,
kids.
Maddox. You're not a
I
mother.
do.
No,
I am
no, no,
listening to
Matt.
you.
Listen, you're just trying to pull out excuses out of your butt. You're not a single mother. Why aren't you vegan? Why aren't you vegan?
Because I told you, and I know you don't think that the moral value, like moral agency, doesn't matter.
Well, then we're gonna stop here. I just don't care to go on anymore. Like we've already gone over. This is the third time. Third time we're going on that.
I think
Yeah,
it's
he was going around in
one time
circles.
around the track. One time around, and if they don't get it, they don't get it.
I really need to do your cinnamon bear thing. I keep forgetting to implement that. I need to do it before the live though, so everyone can see. Like maybe I'll put
you
a
mean
bear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll put an
Okay,
image
I
of a
can
bear
do it.
somewhere.
I can do it.
Okay, yeah. So you guys, at least on TikTok,
Just give me a
YouTube.
thumbs up, and I'll know you mean bear.
There you go. Okay, so do a thumbs up.
Yeah,
And
I'll put her out there. For
perfect. All right, guys. Yeah, because I don't really want to waste my time. Frisia, how are you?
I'm good.
It's good to see you.
How are you guys?
Doing well.
Right.
Doing well. If you're not already following Frisia, please go follow Frisia. If you're not following Lori, please go follow Lori. Both fantastic animal rights activists. Sometimes Frisia goes live, but honestly, her content is just amazing. And then Lori is on other vegans' lives, and she also posts a lot of good stuff constantly. So please check them both out. Please follow them both. They're great activists. Yeah. All right. Shall we bring someone up, guys?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Hopefully, we'll have an easier one this one.
Yeah, I'm going to try to reset here because I've had nothing but a-holes for a while, so I don't really want to face the next person with a rude attitude. I want to talk to a real person. Hey, Coda.
Hi there.
Hey, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Right on. So why aren't you vegan yet?
So actually, I was vegan for 3 years before now, and I ended up moving in with a family that I do have to cook for on a regular occasion. and it got to the point to where I couldn't afford buying regular non-vegan meals and vegan meals. But I'm moving back into my college dorm room soon, so it's gonna be just me. And I was wondering, like, I do want to go back to being vegan. The only reason I stopped is because of affordability, and I live in a small town where it's not a lot of options around me. But now that I'm moving back into my dorm room, I was wondering, do you guys know of any like good like stores and like opportunities to get more vegan food, like to have more of an affordability for that?
You know, well, it depends on what state and city you live in. You know, can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I don't want you to dox yourself either, though. So
No,
you know,
don't. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
limit the information you share. But like it's kind of hard to say what products are around you. What I would say is go to veganeasy.org, and they actually help you find products based off the area that you're in, and they even have like a dietitian that can help you meal plan. So that might be the
All
easiest
right.
option. Also, just
Okay, well,
just googling vegan challenges. A lot of them offer like access to a dietitian, or again, someone that can communicate with you about what's in your area and what is in your budget.
okay. Well, thank you guys so
Oh, yeah,
much.
Coda, that's awesome that you're going back to being vegan. I hate it when there's obstacles that get in the way of our ethics. Sometimes, you know, you're in a situation of necessity, and I understand that, but it's about the victims, right? You know, you don't want to demand someone go through something that you wouldn't tolerate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I guess we were just talking about like stores that have just like in general that have more vegan options, like in terms of
Yeah, it's like right now, I'm trying to think of a way to not give out anything. Like when I say I live in a small town, I mean population like 1,000. Like it's really tiny here. So
yeah, I guess I was gonna ask is like if there's a Walmart near you, like as much as I don't like Walmart, you know, like when you're a small town America, like yeah.
there's not one currently, but when I move back to my dorm, there will be.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Awesome. Yeah, because there, I mean, honestly, they have so many vegan options. It's really surprising, especially like frozen meal options, that kind of stuff, and like the vegan meats and cheeses. They really have a lot of those. And then, you know, of course, they just have like the dry bags of goods and everything. Like Walmart has a lot.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you guys for what you're doing, and thank you guys for like trying to be understanding to a lot of people on this.
Yeah, no, we totally get we get
Thanks
that
for coming
obstacles
back.
happen.
Yeah, thanks for coming back.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Appreciate that.
y'all have a great night.
Thank you.
Okay,
You
bye.
you too. Bye. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to talk over you guys.
Oh no.
All right, we'll bring up another guest. It's always nice to talk to people that, you know, understand where we're coming from. Makes me feel like I'm not just, you know, yelling at a wall all day. All right, the one redhead. Hey, are you over 18?
Hey, I am.
Okay, why aren't you vegan yet?
Well, personally, I've grown up on a beef farm, so it's just easier for me to be not vegan.
Okay.
Personally, I just wanted to hear what you like thought was like. I just wanted to hear what your opinion was, and then like base our debate after that, if that makes sense. You know.
Sure. Well, I'll just start with what veganism means. Veganism is a principled stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. And that means like if someone was exploiting you and selling those benefits, you know, I wouldn't support your oppressor. Does that make sense?
No, I agree, but I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You didn't.
Have you ever been to a cattle operation or a chicken house or anything? I'm not trying to be. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been to a farm, yes, but regardless if I've been to one or not, I know what injustice is when I hear it.
Oh, no, I completely agree. I just wanted to say that there definitely are some that are very unhumane or inhumane. But personally, at our property, I'm the biggest animal lover on the planet. Animals are my favorite thing ever.
Yeah.
Like, they're just amazing to me. I like going out in nature and seeing animals, but I also have a respect for the meat animals we grow, if that makes sense.
How do you respectfully take someone's life who wanted to live?
Well, you give them the most respectful life you possibly can by not abusing them.
Would you tolerate
Letting
that?
tolerate what? I'm sorry.
Someone farming you and then deciding they're going to slit your throat because they want to eat you, even though they have another option?
I'm just gonna start off by saying that's not necessarily how that works.
Would you tolerate it though?
I mean, if that was my purpose, yes, I would.
What?
If that's what I was,
That's not their purpose. They're not purposely here for us to abuse and use
Who
and
says?
benefit from.
Who says who someone's purpose
They don't
is?
even want to be bred into existence. This is a man-made construct that you're talking about.
Who gave
No, I
who?
completely-
Hold on. Who gave who a purpose?
God gave everybody a purpose.
Where does it say that cows have the purpose of being your food? Where does it say that in the Bible?
Well, it says God put animals on the earth to feed others, but
Does God say you can do whatever you want to animals?
we don't do whatever we want.
That's not what I asked you. Did God say you can do whatever you want to animals?
No, he didn't, but we don't.
Okay. So what about, let's go back to the beginning of your book, because I assume it's an Abrahamic religion, correct?
Yes,
So the Garden of Eden, right? You believe in the Garden of Eden?
I do.
Was there any death in the Garden of Eden?
No,
Was there any suffering in the Garden of Eden?
no.
Right. So wouldn't you say that God already defined what perfection is?
That's perfection, but
So
we don't live in
shouldn't you
perfect
be
world.
living as close to what God deems perfect? Or should you just
Well,
do whatever you want? Because I thought
our
God
world-
was about, or your religion was about devoting yourself to God and what he wants the world to be like.
Our world isn't perfect.
So when the fall happened, was God happy?
No,
Right. So should you keep doing what makes God unhappy?
no, but we're
Okay,
not
so
doing
you
them.
shouldn't use animals then.
How are we using them?
You're eating them, you're wearing them, you're using them for entertainment, you're buying cosmetics that were rubbed in someone's eye because you don't care about them. But they care about what happens to them just as much as you care about what happens to you. And I think that you actually do share a principle with me that harming animals unnecessarily is immoral. Like if we saw a
I do
child,
agree.
yeah, if we saw a child like stabbing animals for fun, that would be a red flag. That's not a good sign.
I 100% agree.
Right. But yet we're paying people to work 4 to 6 hours a day or 8 hours a day sometimes, right? 4 to 7 days a week, doing that all day, slicing open animals. Like, what are we doing to even our own humans, making someone do that? Often really desperate people that can't get jobs elsewhere. Does that sound fair?
And children work there.
Not in America, no.
In America, actually, yes.
Yes, they do.
They were caught
was a-
having child labor. Many of the slaughterhouses.
Well, if slaughterhouses,
10 years and under, and it doesn't matter, slaughterhouse or a small farm, they're all the same.
well, see, that's with small farms and family-owned slaughterhouses. That's most of the time why they have kids is to help them make money on the farm.
Look, the point is taking someone's life when you don't need to, that's immoral. Violating someone's autonomy when you don't need to, that's immoral. Because if you were the victim of those situations, you wouldn't like it. You'd want it to stop. You would want to be respected. So what makes it okay to do this to animals, but not okay to do to humans?
We do respect animals.
No, you're not respecting animals when you force breed them. You're not respecting animals when you put them in a slaughterhouse.
What do you define force breeded?
Making
So-
them
okay,
have
so-
babies. Go ahead, Freesia, sorry.
No. Yeah. So, that redhead. So, I guess I'm just kind of confused. So, you said that your family has a beef farm. Is that right?
Beef and chicken, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are breeding those animals into existence.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Well,
So that your
personally-
family can. So your
personally-
family can make. Hold on. So your family can make money.
Yes, but personally, I'm not breeding anything. The bull is breeding. Just want
Okay.
to start out by
Okay,
saying
that's okay. So what I'm saying is that how do you respect these beings? You bring them into this world and you say that you respect them, but then you end up taking their life. And how do you respect someone and then take their life away from them when they do not want or need to die?
giving them the most loving
The
life
normal
that we
bread and
possibly can.
consistence.
So
What
no,
did you say? I'm sorry.
what I'm trying to say is you're saying by giving them the best life possible, right? And then somehow it's okay to take their life. But that's not respecting someone. That's using someone. That's exploitation.
Okay, so we have. I've been trying to say this the whole time. I'm sorry. This is completely unrelated. But with the breeds that we breed now, we have spent thousands and thousands of years breeding majority of them. If you were to get a Holstein cow, which is the black and white dairy cows, and stuck that in I don't know, just a random field, do you think you'd be able to survive?
What relevance is that? Like,
I've already.
no, but I mean, if we're talking about domesticating animals, yeah, like so many different animals have been domesticated that, would no longer be able to survive out in the wild. That doesn't mean that we have a right to exploit them.
Well, okay. Think about this. Think about. Do any of y'all understand the concept of hunting? I'm sorry. Like, it's a genuine question.
No. Okay, I guess like what I'm confused about is because even earlier you said that animals are your favorite. You love animals so much, and you were saying that you respect them. But yeah, but how do you love and respect someone and then decide to eat their flesh and decide to make money off of their bodies? Like that's not respecting someone. How do you said like do you love these cows?
Yes, I love the cows with all my heart.
With all your heart. So the fact that with all your heart you love them, yet you're still willing to take their life away from them, like would you say that to a fellow human? Would you say like, I love you with all my heart, but I am gonna end up taking your life?
No, because we don't kill humans.
That's not what. Why? Like,
Well, if you would have let me finish what I was saying earlier, I'm sorry. Hunting, the whole concept of it is.
hold on. No, we understand the concept of hunting.
Okay, so y'all understand conservation.
Yeah. So okay.
Well,
So
if we had all
hold on. Hold on. So I want to go back to you saying that the answer to you taking someone's life, you saying that you love them with all your heart, but then you'll still take their life. So like when I asked you why wouldn't you do that to a person, you said because they're a human. What makes a person different? What makes them worthy of keeping their life versus a cow, versus a pig, versus a dog?
There's not, but that's what I was trying to get to a minute ago before you interrupted me.
Well, if there's not, then why continue to do it?
Well, if you'll let me finish what I was saying earlier, I can explain that. So
you're saying you do it because of hunting?
No, so the hunting thing, I was going to explain what conservation is. Conservation is the like control or
we know what conservation
honestly,
is.
dude, we could wipe out like all the humans and it would be great for conservation.
Oh no, I 100% agree. I think people are the worst thing ever. I think that they shouldn't. Well,
It's unethical to do that though, right?
It is.
Okay, good.
But y'all were saying.
But
1 second. Y'all were talking about how
there's a to mass genocide here.
1 second. Y'all were explaining how y'all thought that it was unethical for us to have these breeds that we have domesticated.
It's unethical to breed someone, period. Stop fiddling with animals' privates. Stop it. It's gross. They don't want you to fiddle with it. Stop touching them. Stop touching them.
I don't touch them.
Stop putting them in situations where they get raped. Because that's what you're doing. You're literally forcing them in a small group that you monitor because you want the situation where a bull mounts a female so that you can eat their baby.
Well, in the
that's
situation,
not respect. If I took humans and did exactly what you do with cows, you wouldn't find that humane.
The situation I
So
was going to
regardless, I'm
explain
kind of done
is
talking to you, really. So I'm going to kick you down. I really don't care about your religion. I don't care even if your religion says I get to kill animals. I don't care. Animals care about what happens to them. They're sentient beings. It's not fair to take someone's life who wanted to live, even for religious things. I am a sentient being. I would not tolerate someone else's religion saying they get to exploit me as long as they're nice about it. Not okay. I don't care what your book says. I don't care how old your book is, right? Using your religion to justify an atrocity is just, honestly, you misusing your religion. You don't even understand your own religion, and it's embarrassing. You should really go look up resources into your compassionate, benevolent book, because there's no way to compassionately and benevolently murder someone, take their life unjustly. If you're starving, maybe there's a necessity that could justify a violent action, but that doesn't morally justify breeding or demanding someone be exploited, especially when you have options. Stop using your Bible. Start thinking. People just want to fall back on, I have an authority figure. I don't care what your authority figure says. They're wrong. That was weird. Blatemarn, are you over 18?
Yes, I am 23 years of age, and I understand that I might be an outlier in this situation, but I have what's called congenital sucrase maltase deficiency, which means I can't digest plant proteins.
Okay, stop right there. Let's say you didn't have this issue. Would you find it to be a moral obligation to live vegan then?
It all depends on where you live, because I
That's not what I
understand
asked
that
you.
yes, if you have the ability, but there are
So
many
if you
places.
didn't have your condition, you agree that you should be vegan.
That's actually how I found out that I have this condition, because when I
Do
tried
you
to go
think
vegan,
you should be vegan, yes or no?
I think it's up to everyone to decide.
Do you think you should be vegan, yes or no?
I think it's up for everyone else.
All right. Not gonna have a conversation. You can move along. Please just answer my questions. Don't dodge. Really appreciate it. Hi, Caitlin. Or sorry, Caitlin? Or is it Caitlin? I see the E in there and I feel like I have to pronounce
It's
the E.
Caitlin.
Caitlin, are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm just 6, so I sound young.
I'm sorry, Caitlin. You sound very, very young. And if not, you're gonna love that through life, being told that you're young.
Yeah, no, she was a little too young.
Yes, very young.
Hello?
Anthony, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
I like that he said it with confidence, but
Yeah, right. Ask them what year they're born. All you gotta do is say the year. When were you born?
when were you born?
What
That's
year were
usually
you born? And it's like silence.
Hey, spongy guy, are you over 18?
Hello?
Oh,
Yes.
my goodness, they're all part of the same Discord.
They're all in there. I just looked. A
Yeah.
lot of the kids.
Oh, great. Oh, I thought I expect Ray. Hey, are you over 18? Not a good sign when you're quiet. Sounded like it was about to be a child.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Heart eyes. Hey, are you over 18?
Yes, I'm 22.
Okay. What year were you born?
I'm sick too. 2003, July 24.
I don't know if that adds up. Does anybody know math really fast?
Bro, I'm 22. You can trust me.
I'll let you stay up for now until someone tells me otherwise. So why aren't you vegan yet?
So I personally am not a vegan yet because I was raised into an omnivore diet, and like I find no room for change. Like I live with my family, you know what I mean?
I also
Like
was
I don't
raised
decide the
omnivorous.
meals, and I feel like it's become like the norm. Where like
So wait,
I
this
don't
is all
feel
the
empathy
reason.
for the animals
Is
that
this
I'm eating.
okay? Hold on. Is this all the reason why you're not vegan?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
listing the
let's
reasons
start.
why
Let's
I'm not
start with
vegan.
the first reason. Start with the first reason one more time. Why aren't you vegan? And then we'll go through each one.
Because I was raised into the diet of being an omnivore. Like I eat,
Okay. Do you
vegetables
think
and
that you can
animal meat.
change?
I guess if I had my own household, like if I made my
Let's
own meals,
say
but
let's
it's my
say
family, my dad, and
suddenly
my sister.
let's say all the meat in the store has been found out to be dog meat. Are you going to still eat it?
Okay, I want to say this first. No, I
Answer.
won't eat that.
Okay.
Uh, I I have empathy for animals, but I think it's just the theory of like out of sight, out of mind. So because you don't see the animal getting murdered, you don't visualize that, and you don't have empathy for what you're eating. And it's
Is
like
a willing
the
ignorance a
taste,
justification to
the
exploit
taste,
someone?
the taste is what overpowers the guilt. You know, if you were killing the animal, you would have guilt, and you have like some type of weight. You know what I
Why
mean?
do you think I'm vegan?
Because you have that sort of empathy we all have for animals.
Right. So I'm not
But
special.
I think
I'm
it's a
not
natural
I'm
thing.
not
You just think
morally
about it.
Hold on. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not more
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm not more altruistic than you. You and I actually share very similar principles, right? If someone was kicking a dog, would you agree that you would at least think that person is immoral for kicking a dog?
Yes, that's
Okay.
completely immoral.
I
That's
agree.
not the right thing to do.
Would you join them? They're like, "Hey, this is a lot of fun. Come kick the dog with me."
Nope, I wouldn't do that.
Exactly. That's all veganism is. I realize that you
Yeah,
are
I
getting a
understand that.
benefit.
Yes.
I understand that the pleasure is so good that you feel like you must ignore that they don't want you to use their body, but you must use their body for your pleasure. I understand where your mind is, but you're not understanding where I'm
Mm-hmm.
coming from. What does your
No, I
vict
really
know
do. I
your
really
No,
do.
you don't. No,
I
hush,
see video.
hush, hush, hush. You're not even letting me get to my point. You're already jumping on me, and I don't appreciate it. It's okay if you interrupt me sometimes. I'm going to interrupt you too, but I'm getting to the point, right? Like, the whole point is that the animals don't want it done to them. They are the victim. You don't need to use them. Much like someone who, let's say, wants to grape a woman, right? They might think because I'm a man, I'm a better person than a woman. Therefore, I have the right to dominate and use her body for my pleasure, regardless of her experiences or her best interest, right? That's immoral. I hope you agree, right? Just because you think someone is lesser than you, they still care about what happens to them. That doesn't change what your victim is going through. Just because you are like, oh, I gotta lick their insides. That doesn't matter. What matters is the victim. Does that make sense? Mute button's in the middle.
Say that does make sense.
Okay.
I feel like all living things have the right to live their lives without any interference by any other person. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like I have that same view.
Yeah, I kind of
But
figured
what
you
I'm trying
did.
to say is like it's just become the norm. Like no one really thinks of a burger and says like, oh, that's a cow getting slaughtered.
Okay.
You know,
What
it's like,
about
oh, that's
Why don't
good.
you
It's
ever
just
say
the
that to
thought.
somebody? Why don't you ever say that to somebody that's eating a steak next to you or a friend? Why don't you ever say that's a cow getting slaughtered? Or that's a
I kind of
chicken
do.
baby?
I watched a lot of Alex O'Connor videos, and then I've seen videos that he made about veganism and then why it's the right thing to do, because you see a lot of industries and like the murders of millions of animals, and it's not right. But
Billions.
it's like
Billions. It's in the billions.
it's like you can't change this right now. It's like the norm.
Oh,
That's what I'm
okay.
trying to
So,
say.
I think I get where you're coming from. So you're saying that because violence to animals and the exploitation of animals is so normal that it's so normalized that you're saying it's hard for you to see a burger as ground animal or
No, I personally wouldn't eat an animal or like any meat, right? If I had the choice. But like if
okay.
I had the choice to make a meal,
Okay,
I wouldn't.
so you're saying that you don't want to eat anything from animals or that kind of thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it's just like I still have the thought of it being delicious, so I feel like that's overpowering my guilt and my empathy right now. But what
So
I'm
okay,
also
so
trying to
right
say
now,
is like we're
okay, so
human beings
hold on. So I just
and
want
we
to, I just
try to
want to
make
clarify.
everything convenient,
Okay,
right?
I just want to clarify real quick. I just want to clarify so I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that you, if you had the choice, then you wouldn't want to eat meat. Is that right? Did I hear that?
Yes, I'm not buying the food in my house. I'm not cooking the food in my house. I have no say of what goes into the food. I cannot say I don't want to eat this or I'll starve, you know what I mean? Like that's the type of household I'm in, you know?
So you can't.
But they do put vegetables in it and I eat
Can't
more
cook
of the
for
vegetables.
yourself. You can't make sandwiches for yourself. You can't do that.
I mean, I don't. I may go to McDonald's and, you know, but they don't have any vegan, you know, diets on the menu. Okay, what I'm saying
Wait,
is
do you
like I
have a grocery
understand the view
store?
of yes.
Okay. Can you get basic things like a can of beans, maybe a bag of dried rice?
Mm-hmm.
Can you get bread, maybe peanut butter and jelly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, I could eat vegan if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I can do
I'm
that.
just
I eat
saying, like,
tofu. I
you
eat
don't even
Wait,
need.
so now you're saying you do? You do? What is going on?
Yeah, I'm a little
Is
okay, what
anyone
I'm
confused.
else really
saying is
confused?
I eat animal meat, right? And I understand that as a vegan, right? Like what the vegan mindset is like, oh, I'm eating something that's getting killed that got killed and they had a whole like life and you know,
It's not
I'm
even
sorry. I'm
necessarily
also
eating them.
confused
That's
myself. I'm
okay. Let me
very
be clear.
scrambled brained.
What we're against? We are against the exploitation of sentient beings. Meaning, when you accept animal products from a friend or whatever, or if you buy animal products, you're then saying, "I like this and I want more of it." Therefore, the demand is set that the next animal will go into that system and be forced to experience what we would never tolerate experiencing. Right? So veganism is doing to the
Mm-hmm.
best of our ability, practicably and possibly, as far as we can, trying to avoid all animal products. Like, for example, do you pay attention to your cosmetics, like shampoo and conditioner, soap? Do you make sure that they're
Yes.
not tested on animals?
Are they?
Sometimes
Or I'm
there's
ignorant. I don't know.
yeah, so there's ways to
That's
test.
why you look at the labels.
Yeah, there's little labels on them that say cruelty free. There's apps you can use to scan the
So
products to see if they are.
so not only food products are also exploiting animals. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Like not only food
We're
products.
also exploiting animals not only for vivisection, which is what, or not, it's not necessarily just vivisection, but it's cosmetic testing. So it's things that are absolutely unnecessary to test on an animal. We can do human trials, or we have organs on a chip. We have computer systems that are now becoming more
Yeah.
efficient than using animals. But we're not only using them for that, we're using them for entertainment, right? We got circuses, you've got aquariums,
Mm.
you've got zoos. Any of these, they're using animals as entertainment. They're enslaving them to keep
Mm-hmm.
humans entertained. So vegans they look for products that aren't tested on animals. They avoid going to places that, like, they don't ride horses because horses don't want to be ridden. And they also
Yes, that makes sense.
they also don't wear animal products because it's creepy
Yep.
to wear someone's body part. So it's not just what we eat, it's everything. We are against the exploitation. And if a product inherently demands someone's exploitation, we avoid it. That's what veganism is.
I get it. So we're not calling them animals, but living beings. That's what we're
Well, they're animals,
classified.
but so are we, right? So what it is
Yes, we're all animals. Yeah.
right. What I usually say is that we're human animals and they are non-human animals.
So so it's not like oh I'm killing a cow or like for a burger. It's like I'm killing a living thing,
A
right?
sentient
With a
being.
life.
Not just
Yeah, like
living,
that.
because plants are obviously living, but they're not sentient, right? They don't make preferences or suffer or feel joy. Animals do, and that's what's important. It's not life, it's sentience.
Mm,
Yeah.
I see. Thank you for
Well, so I want to
hearing
ask
my
you
perspective.
a couple of questions before you go, if that's okay. Would you
Mm-hmm.
be willing to watch the documentary Dominion on YouTube? It's free. It's on YouTube. You can watch it anytime. You can watch it on your phone.
Wait, can you say it again? I'm gonna write it down.
Yeah, you could take a screenshot too of the background. It's just called
Oh
Dominion
shoot.
2018.
Oh, that's the movie poster?
Yeah,
Or
right there.
documentary poster?
The background isn't of the poster. Maybe that's actually a good background idea though. But no, it's just it'll have a little cow and a black background. But it's called Dominion 2018. Would you be willing to watch
Okay,
that?
yeah, I will. And I'll
Okay.
also try to make changes in my diet. Or honestly, I'll just quit eating meat. Like if I have that thought already of like
Well,
an
watch
animal
that
getting slaughtered.
documentary. That might be because honestly, it's not about appeasing a group, right? It's not about appeasing vegans. It's your principles. Do you want to live in alignment with your own principles, or do you want to
Man,
contradict
that's the
yourself?
sad thing because I want to be moral
Yeah.
and I know that killing animals are wrong, but it's like it's delicious and it's like
I hear you,
you
man.
know
Honestly,
that's why it's so hard.
honestly, most vegans didn't become vegan because they didn't like the flavor. Veganism isn't against taste, like a lot of us we understand. That's why they've made like the Impossible Burgers and the Beyond Burgers and all these things. It's so that people can participate in culture but not demand someone suffer for that.
All right.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys. I will watch that documentary
Thank
and
you.
I'm sorry if I, showed a little ignorance because I
That's
am,
okay.
I got to be honest. And everyone in the chat, it's okay. You don't got to be angry. I'm not against any,
There's going to be
All right.
trolls. Ignore them.
Watch it.
Okay, thank
come
you.
back and tell us what you thought.
Yeah, come
Okay,
back and
'cause you
tell
need to
us.
see
Yes,
what you're
ma'am.
paying
All right.
for.
Cool.
Yeah, and you see what you're paying for.
Can I ask you 2 last hard questions?
Shoot.
And then Frisia
I'm
might have
down.
some. They'll be really quick, I promise. So, would you be willing to go completely plant-based until you watch that documentary?
I think I'll start today, maybe.
Awesome. Okay, and then the last hard question I have for you. How many more animals do you want exploited for you? Is it more than 1 or more than 0, excuse me?
Just my dog when I tell him to turn around and do a twirl.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so it is aside from the joke though. The answer is 0,
No,
right?
no animals. It's
That's it, man.
because
You're right there.
if I was in the animal like a pig's body, right, and I had the scientists like they proved that all humans they have what do you call it consciousness. They just don't have a way to put it into words. That's it. They can't make concepts.
Yeah, we can't really
do any of
communicate
that.
with them, but yeah, they are sentient, very similar to us. Yeah.
They can't say, "Oh, that hurts," but they can scream, right? And that's what happens.
And like I was saying, we couldn't communicate with slaves.
Yeah.
They couldn't communicate with the Native Americans. So
Oh,
it's no different.
that's what it's
No
about.
different.
Communications. You can't communicate. You don't understand what the other person is feeling, and that's where it all goes wrong.
See it, body language shows it. Sounds show it.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta think about.
Well, like I said, watch
Yeah,
that.
there's a lot of factors to everything.
Watch
Yeah.
that documentary and get back to us, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I appreciate
Okay,
you.
thank
Give
you.
all the vegans a
Have a
follow.
good day.
Awesome. We look forward to hearing from you again, okay?
All right.
All right, you have a good night.
You too.
That was pretty good. I'm sorry, Frisia. I saw that you came unmiked and then I totally cut you off, and I'm really sorry.
Oh, I don't worry about it.
Okay.
I didn't even think about it.
W guest. Hey, he's up
Yeah,
tomorrow. I think
W
he might be-
guest.
Yeah,
That was
he was
fantastic.
awesome.
Yes, and the guest before too. Oh no, that was a while ago. There was another good guest earlier. I should have said dubs in the chat for them. I forgot to do that. Dubs in the chat for people that are open-minded and willing to look at those resources and want to, figure out if they're actually living in alignment with their own principles. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand someone maybe not admitting right here on the live that they're going to go vegan, but I do appreciate people being honest and saying like, yeah, I don't want to be lied to and I don't want to be manipulated, so I'm going to go look into this. So, all right, let's see, where are we at? We're at an hour 44. Yeah, we could keep going. If you guys feel like you need a break or need to step down, feel free to do so, because I know it can be draining being up here.
No, cool.
All right,
Unless you have some other people that want to come up. I don't know how
Oh,
many
no,
people you want to bring up.
nope, just us. Not that unless you see other vegans, I haven't seen another one yet.
Hi.
Hey, Megs? Is that what it is?
It's pronounced Meegs.
Meegs. Well, that makes sense. 2
Yeah.
E's, yeah. So,
sorry, it's Gaelic.
Got it. Okay. Meegs, are you over 18?
I am June 18th, 2007. I am 18 years old.
Right on. So why aren't you vegan yet?
So I'm just gonna start off by saying I am in college for animal biology, so I am very well aware of animals and what they are. I study them. I have 2 dogs. Love animals. And by no means am I disrespecting vegans at all. I respect you guys a lot. It takes a lot to be vegan. It's not my personal choice of living, and I have a few reasons why. I'm just going to start off by saying, I felt like I just, no disrespect, but I just felt like it was a little bit off to say that it's comparable to slavery. Obviously, do I think animal cruelty is terrible? Yes. But I do think that there are ethical ways to eat animals
Are you okay if
and
I
to kill
address that?
animals.
Are you okay if I address that and then we
Yeah,
can
go
move on
for
to the
it.
next one? So
Go for it.
we're not ever saying that these 2 atrocities are exactly the same. What we're looking at are the similarities between them. They're both situations where sentient beings were robbed of their freedom, regardless of the fact that they care about what happens to them and that they have their own purpose. So we're looking at at similar injustices and saying, well, we learned from one that it's wrong because we're using arbitrary traits, right, that don't morally justify the treatment. And vegans are just saying, well, the qualifications that we point out are actually the same in animals. They're conscious, sentient beings who care about what happens to them. So we're just saying we're ignoring someone's sentience and that someone has their own purpose because we see a potential to benefit off of their oppression. And that's why we compare them.
Yeah.
Did that kind of clear it up?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, cool. And then go ahead and
Yes.
move on with your list. What else?
So, I also just wanted to say there's another reason why I'm not vegan. If I were, technically it's not fully possible for you to go entirely vegan. Obviously you can be vegan, but I've never been vegan, but I've done research. I'm sure you guys take supplements, like vitamin supplements, for vitamin B12 that you can't get that from plants.
Are you okay if I address that?
So yeah, go for it.
All right. So do you know how B12 is made?
Yes, it's from bacteria.
Right. So it doesn't actually come from animal flesh. It comes from the soil. And a lot of the animals are actually deficient in B12 as well. So we're actually supplementing the animals that we use, the same supplement that we could just take, because they're not getting it from their natural environment either. And I mean, even if it was the only way was to get it through a supplement, because you can get it through fortified foods too. But if the only way was to
Yes.
take a pill, like what's worse, you taking a vitamin or an animal walking into a slaughterhouse? Who has it harder?
Correct. And I by no means do I condone slaughterhouses. The way that I source meat that I eat, and obviously, I respect vegans, but the way that I source meat is, I believe firmly in what the Native Americans believed in, which is using every part of the animal when
Yeah, but is it
you kill an
moral?
animal.
Is it moral though to take someone's life when they wanted to live when you didn't need to do that?
For a lot of reasons, I honestly, yes, I think it depends.
American? Are you Native American?
What?
Are you Native American?
No, I'm Hispanic.
Okay, I'm Native American. So I was just wondering, but go ahead and what you're saying that you look at Native Americans for.
No, I'm not Native American. I was just going off of the belief. So when obviously what sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
Well, I'll address. So you can't point to another culture of people that you're not a part of and say, well, they do these things so that I can do them. People do things sometimes out of necessity. That doesn't mean that when you have options that you should emulate their actions. Does that make sense?
Yes, no, I completely agree. I guess what I was trying to say was not necessarily that. I'm trying to
That's
clear
fine.
up my
Take your
words. I'm
time.
not very good at speaking. What I was trying to say is that when it does come to eating an animal, I don't believe in discarding of that animal and killing it and disrespecting it like that. A lot of the times I don't use any products that are animal tested. I don't believe in that. But a lot of times with animals, when it's kind of like, for a lot of animals, like with ethical farms, it's killing the animals at the end of their lives. I don't agree with killing, like, there's a lot of foods that involve, sorry.
Well, how do you take someone's life, even if they're elderly? How do you take someone's life who wanted to live? How do you do it compassionately and humanely?
Well, based off of the study of animals' brains, animals are sentient. I'm not disputing that animals are sentient. I have 2 dogs. They know their names. I'll talk to them, and they're sitting right beside me. So they're obviously sentient, and they feel love, and that's true. There is animals that feel sentient, but
Oh, that's
the
not what
thing
I
is,
asked. That's not what I asked. What I asked is, how do you take someone's life humanely who wanted to live?
well, with animals, it's
Want to be
not
born in the
some
first
animals.
place.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
I was saying didn't want to be born in the first place.
She's just adding the fact that we demand these animals be born into existence. But what?
Yeah, that's definitely with slaughter farms, and I don't.
Well, again,
I don't go to local grocery stores. Yeah.
To get their flesh, right? They have to be slaughtered.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is the humane way to take an animal's life when they wanted to live?
Well, what I'm trying to explain is that animals don't have the same will to live as humans, and I'm not saying that they don't have the will to live. Animals do have the will to live, but not all animals are made the same, and not all not all creatures are made the same.
Well, not all humans are made
they
the
have a
same
different.
either, right?
No, but this I'm talking about species wise. Like our brains
what is
aren't the same as dogs' brains.
What's the morally relevant difference? Because humans have different brains. Not you and I are extremely 2 different people, right? We don't think about the same things. So we have humans. You could argue they're not even sapient. They're only sentient. Like I've seen humans who still enjoy life, right? Sentience means you're having the ability to have emotions, joy, pain, sorrow, whatever. You can still make preferences. Sapience is the ability to think about thoughts. Like to be a moral agent, you need to be sapient. You need to understand the gravity of how to weigh things out. So animals and, some humans, not all of them have this ability to be sapient. But the humans that are not sapient but still sentient, we would still find it immoral to exploit them, right? Even though they can't understand what's happening to them. They may not even have the conception of death or suffering or, not looking forward to things, right? But they would still care about what happens to them in the moment. And they still look forward to living. Like, having more experiences and making preferences. Maybe they don't think in the same way of, I want to live tomorrow. But they do think, oh, I want to have another good experience. I want to feel joy again, right?
Correct. And so I am, like I said, I am a student for animal biology. What I was trying to explain is that some animals do have the will to live, like they do have that thought process. But the thing is that those animals don't have the same will to live as humans.
Okay, what did I
Humans
just
think-
say, though?
It's sort of.
What did I just say?
No, what I'm trying to explain.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm just.
It's okay.
Getting a little frustrated.
It's okay. I understand. I totally understand. I want to understand you. I really do. I'm just trying to point out that we have humans that are of the cognition of the animals we use, or less than that, right? They're sentient. They still care about what happens to them, but maybe they don't understand that there's a tomorrow, a human, right? Maybe they don't understand that they will die one day, but we would still find it immoral to exploit that human, correct?
Yes, but
why?
The way that
But why?
But the way that
why?
But why?
Yeah.
It's because they don't recognize that they are going
No,
to
I'm talking
see
about
past
the human.
tomorrow. That's why.
No, you're not hearing me. I'm talking about a human that doesn't understand that there is a tomorrow. They don't even understand that they're going to die one day. All they understand is that they want to have another pleasant experience. Right?
Correct. And what I'm explaining to you.
Hold on. Do you understand I'm talking about a human?
Yes, but that is a hypothetical situation. I'm not talking about
this
hypothetical.
happens, Meigs. Are you telling me that there are no humans below the cognition of an animal?
There are,
There
but
are. So those humans.
that's not
what's
ethical to let
up,
them live.
Meigs, to not let them. Wait, what?
I'm sorry. If a person is brain dead, it
Not
is
brain
not.
dead. Are animals brain dead? No, they're
We're
sentient.
talking about someone who doesn't have the will to
Meigs,
live.
you're really focused on this will to live. I need you to let that go. Because there are humans who don't have a will to live. They're unaware of what that means. It would still be immoral to exploit those humans. So your logic then, because you're saying animals do that, it's okay then to slit their throats. Why is it not okay to slit the throats of humans that are of similar cognition? And I can answer that for you, but I want to know why you think it's okay to do to one but not the other.
What I'm saying is that adult animals, such as a cow who is late on in its life, it does not have the mental capacity to
Meigs,
recognize that it has
I'm gonna drop you. I'm sorry. That's like we're just going. You're not understanding. I'm really sorry. You sound like an honest, nice person. I just need you to maybe it's just too much right now. Maybe I'm amping you up. I'm not intending that. Okay. I genuinely wanted to understand you, but you keep saying animals don't have this will to live. And I know you keep backing up with they have a will to live, but they don't understand what the will to live is, right? They're not like literally thinking in their mind, I want to live, right? They may not have that concept. My point is that there are humans. I point to these fringe cases because these fringe cases don't fit your definition. Why then do we make exceptions for these humans? And the answer is that they're sentient. These humans, although not able to conceptualize their own death, although not able to conceptualize even tomorrow, they still care what happens to them. They're sentient. Humans are sentient. Animals are sentient. We all care what happens to us. And if I would prefer you to avoid demanding my exploitation, why would I not grant that to other beings who have a similar capacity to suffer? Again, it doesn't matter if they can conceptualize the end of their life, death, or suffering, right? The fact that they can suffer, that they care about what happens to them in the moment, that's what matters, right? Anyway, when we use animals, we're literally saying it's moral to ignore someone's ability to suffer and use their body for your pleasure, regardless of the fact that they're suffering, regardless of what they want or what their best interests are. That's what you're saying. When you open that door, you're opening the door to all prejudice, to all harmful discrimination. You're saying it's okay if the individual thinks you're lesser than me. I'm going to use you. That's essentially what it comes out to. You're saying an animal doesn't think like you, therefore it's okay for you to use them. They still think, they still care about what happens to them. That's the point. I've rambled on enough now.
All right. Where'd Frida go?
Oh, she probably was like, I did my time. She was up here for a good amount of time. I appreciate Frisia being up here. It was very sweet. Yeah. But when I'm on other people's lives, sometimes I also just want to drop out because it's like, okay, I'm tapped out.
It's kind of like a circle jerk.
Oh yeah, it just gets a little much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the honest people make it worth it. So.
Hello.
Oh, Preston, how old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 18.
What year were you born?
I turned 18 today, actually. It is my birthday, matter of fact.
I don't trust you, Preston. That's too easy. You should have said your birthday.
Yeah.
Hey, is it Jose?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Jose, are you over 18?
Yeah.
Right on.
March 6, 2006, March 28th.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I don't agree that everybody. Well, I mean, everybody has their own. Everybody has the right to have their own opinion, of course. But I would not preferably be vegan. I just wouldn't.
Okay. Do you know
because
what's veganism mean? Just so that we're on the same page.
well, basically just not using animal products, not using, to my understanding, from what you're saying,
Okay.
it's just not not exploit them basically.
Yeah. It's a principled stance against someone else's exploitation. So if someone was exploiting you and selling the benefits, I wouldn't support your oppressor because you're a sentient being. And I, as a sentient being, care about what happens to me. So I know that you, as a sentient being, care about what happens to you. Does that?
Which I will, yeah, and I agree with that.
Okay.
But I'm a third generation sheep. Or like we own sheep. Like my great grandpa. Well, actually fourth technically. My great grandpa, my grandpa, my mom,
Yeah.
and then me. And basically, you have to. There's specific animals that you have to do certain things, or they will die.
Well, we could just not breed them into existence, right?
Yeah, and yeah, you have a right because you have a point because they are ranchers who physically like what's it called?
Oh, artificial insemination. I mean, not even that. Like you're setting up even sheep, right? Because I'm sure you let them out in the field and they just kind of mate and make babies, right?
Yeah, they graze all day and then we just close them up at night because I live in like around Central Texas, and here we have a lot of loose coyotes, loose wild dogs. We have all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, we also have a pony, which we treat him good. We give him treats. You know, he's a good pony.
But the point is that you're breeding individuals into existence for your entertainment, right, and your income. Is that fair?
Well, yes and no.
Right. It's not fair. In what instance is it fair to the sheep?
Well, because for one, I do agree with the last person who was talking about when they get old. At that point, they just suffer.
Okay, so again, when you're old, maybe you have arthritis. Should we take your life and eat you?
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Well, the difference would be that we would be getting your consent, right? If you turned 85 and all of a sudden you were going to be hunted, that wouldn't be a good feeling, right?
No, it wouldn't, of course.
Yeah. So regardless of the fact that you're old, you still want to live. And it wouldn't be fair for someone to take your life because they want to eat you. And I understand the sheep, you're not maybe necessarily always eating them because they also produce wool. But as far as like what I would suggest, if you're worried about like, well, I don't know if you're actually worried about it. Do you think that farming sheep is ethical?
Yes, honestly, yes.
Okay. What if I was to farm humans just like you farm your sheep? Would that be still humane?
Well, no, not really, because
But
we're human.
I'm breeding these humans so that they have a similar cognition as your sheep. So they're mostly just
hair.
Yeah, and I'm using their hair for wigs. I'm selling it for wigs, and I have a high demand for it. Do you think that's fair for me to do to humans, to farm them without their consent and to shave their hair off and sell it for my benefit, not their best interest?
Well, no.
I agree. So then it just comes down to, and again, this isn't a gotcha. It's just more like, I think that you agree with me. What is it that morally separates the two, that justifies the difference in treatment? So what is it about humans that makes it not okay, but it's okay to do to animals, to sheep?
Okay, well, with sheep, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be biased because I'm not vegan, and I actually was watching the documentary that you have.
Nice.
I was actually watching it, but I would not be able to become vegan. Wait, sorry. What was that first question? I'm not gonna sidetrack.
Oh, it was, what is the difference between humans and sheep that justifies farming sheep, but makes it, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. What is it that humans have that makes it not okay to farm them the way that you farm your sheep?
Honestly, I'm gonna agree with the girl. A will to live, because
Okay, so I'm going to take you down the same example. I don't know if you were listening. There are humans, right, that are not sapient, right? They don't understand that they will die one day. They don't understand that there's even a tomorrow. The only thing they understand is that they want to make another preference, right? They want to sit in the sun or go swimming or eat something delicious. They just want to have a good experience. Do you agree that those people exist?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Even though they don't have this conception of living, right? We should still respect those humans, correct?
yeah.
Okay, so what is it between that human who doesn't have this will to live? What is the difference between that human and the animals that you're farming?
Well, with animals, we actually get stuff out of them.
I'm
not
getting
trying to sound
stuff
like
out
a
of this
dick.
person. I'm getting their hair. I actually get their poop as well to fertilize. When they die, I use their skins for leather. So what is it then for the group of humans that we just specified, these humans that don't have the will to live, what makes it not okay for me to farm them? Why isn't it okay for me to farm those humans and use them for those purposes?
Honestly, my only excuse is it's normalized as humans have more authority than other animals, which is, I
What
mean, let's be honest, it's true.
if you were the human that I was going to farm, would you find that fair?
Oh, no.
Exactly. Don't you think that's why human slavery is immoral?
Well, yeah.
Because you wouldn't want to be enslaved?
Well, no. But at the same
So
time,
let's say you lose your sapience. There's a terrible accident, something bonks your head, and now you're only sentient, like the human we described. Do you think that it would be moral to exploit you, even though you don't have this concept of life anymore?
no, not
agree.
to like eat me, but I mean, I'm honestly gonna be biased about this too, because I have a personal opinion that I do not. I'm not even trying to say this just because I'm against you or like against. Not, I'm not against veganism. You can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
But
I
I
can do whatever
truly
I want. You can do whatever you want. But your rights end where mine begin. Regardless of what you want to do, whatever your subjective morality is, you don't have rights over my autonomy. It's the same for the animals. Even though they can't tell you that, they are in there. There's someone in there using that body, and you're ignoring their best interests to satisfy your own pleasure. Does that sound fair?
no, but I will admit that really when it comes to ranching, I was in FFA, which is like a. I don't know if you know what that is,
I don't remember what it
but
stands
it's
for, but I do know of it.
Future Farmers of America.
Oh, yes,
just, you know.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
So
4-H.
basically, yeah. Basically, one of the main things that stuck with me was you want to treat these animals, you want to give them the best life they're gonna ever have.
Yeah, but
Because
Josie, it doesn't matter. You've had a free range life. You've been able to do whatever you want up until now. Would it be fair for me to take your life because you've had a free range life so far?
no, but I mean at the same time, I wouldn't be mad if I was
Yeah, you'd
so
be
and so old.
dead. But it wouldn't be fair, right? Otherwise, people would be pew-pewing each other in the streets all the time. It's not fair to take someone's life unjustly.
It's not,
Yeah.
but
So using sheep when you don't need to is unjust and also unfair. And I
it
understand
is.
that you're in a situation too that might be harder to get out of farming sheep, but I actually have resources for you if you wanted to. I feel like it might be harder to convince you to go vegan if you're like this entrenched in farming, but it is possible, and there are actually programs out there for ranchers to transition away from using animals.
And I will admit, I will see the videos that you are posting, right? The
Yeah,
Dominion.
definitely watch it. Yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest, the odds are very low because
What if they were dogs?
I wouldn't eat them
Why not?
because they're dogs.
What's wrong
And
with eating
plus,
dogs?
well, actually, this is probably messed up, but I heard their meat is nasty. I'm gonna be honest.
There's cultures that eat dog meat.
Yeah, but
So it can't be terrible if there's cultures doing it.
okay, if you were to ask me if I would eat a horse, I'm gonna be honest, I would.
Okay, so why won't you eat a dog though?
Because one, like they're just companions. Plus, they help a lot. Why would I eat a
So
tool?
what does it mean to be a companion animal? Like what does that make a difference? Is it just
They
that
help you out
is it
in
just
life.
is it just
Excuse me?
maybe that you recognize that those companion animals are sentient and have a personality and that makes you realize that they are a someone?
Yeah, but
Well, I'm
also
here to
you have
tell
to.
you that cows, for example, are called grass puppies. And sheep often act very similar to dogs. They love to play with balls. You know, they like to cuddle, their tail wags. Like they're very similar.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, sheep help us out in
It doesn't
clothing.
matter. Slavery helped us
Food.
out too, but you know why slavery was unfair, right?
Well, yeah, but at the same time, dogs are also like tools.
Why
Because
was
for
well, humans were tools.
well, that's sad, but it worked, didn't it?
So you're condoning human slavery?
I'm not, and
You are.
I'm a
Is it moral to enslave humans?
yeah.
Terrible. That's so sad.
Wrong answer.
It is
Wrong answer.
never okay to enslave humans.
No.
When you say that, you're literally
Wrong
saying it's okay to
answer.
enslave you. Yeah, wrong answer.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
All right.
That's wild.
Yeah, that a lot of people do bite that slavery bullet because it's like, yeah, I do see the contradiction. So I'm just gonna bite the bullet that yes, it's okay to do it. And it's like, no, it's not.
Right.
You
No.
know better. And it's wrong for the same reasons that it's wrong to enslave animals. So they have
Yeah,
their own
exactly.
purpose.
Yeah.
Outlaw, are you over 18?
How's it going, guys? Yes, I am over the age of 18.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Well, you see, I do a lot of farming, and vegan with a military background and farming. Maybe you could try and do your best to explain it, because I know I've been here for almost an hour now.
What does
And it's been
veganism mean?
interesting with the conversation. What's that?
What does veganism mean?
So my understanding of veganism is a strict plant-based diet.
No. That is an effect.
Oh.
Yeah. But veganism is actually a principled stance against the exploitation of other sentient beings. And a plant-based diet just happens to not demand directly someone's exploitation.
So it would still be in correlation with a direct plant-based diet because you're not using animal-based products, right?
I mean, you could eat a plant-based diet and not be vegan. That's why I try
That is correct.
That's why I'm trying to separate the two. Veganism is bigger than just what you eat. It's also the entertainment, the clothing, the products you like, the cosmetics that you buy. Does that make sense? So like we don't buy leather because it's someone's skin. We don't go to circuses, zoos, aquariums, or anything like that because it's enslaving an animal for entertainment.
Thanks much payment, sir. How you?
Oh,
hey.
Oh,
Sounds good. Hey.
When rednecks collide.
What? What was that? Like
It's a
the
bunch
two
of-
brain cells exploding.
That's exactly what just happened.
Wow. Either that or he was having a heart attack. I don't know.
Something. Oh my goodness. You sounded a little on the liquid courage, if you ask me.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Connor, are you over 18? Connor? Okay. Must wash hands. Must
Hey,
wash.
hi.
Hi, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
What year were you born?
1996.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I have no reason to be vegan. I don't think that it's wrong to kill an animal.
What does veganism mean?
From what I understand, it's that you don't want to kill animals to eat food, to eat them.
Veganism is actually a principled stance against the exploitation of other sentient beings. So if someone was exploiting you and selling those benefits, exploiting you without your consent, right? And selling those benefits to others, I wouldn't buy those benefits. I wouldn't support your oppressor in any way because I know that
Okay,
you're a sentient being and cares what happens to you. Does
I
that
understand.
does that
So
hold
you
on?
see,
Does that align with your own principles?
no.
So you would
So
wait. So I want to be
no,
clear.
let me
No,
speak. Let me
no
speak. Let
no
me
no
speak.
no no no. I'm not going to go any further with someone who is sounding like they support human slavery. Can you tell me yes or no? Is human slavery moral? Is human slavery moral? Yes or no? The mute button's in the middle. We can't hear you right now. Is human slavery moral? I'll give you another second to find that mute button. It's in the middle bottom. I sent you an invite.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Is human slavery moral? Yes or no?
Yes, it's immoral.
It's immoral.
Yep.
Okay. Why is human slavery immoral?
Because humans are not equal to animals.
That's not
I
what I
don't
said.
equivocate between.
That's not the answer
Yeah,
to my
but I'm
question.
explaining. Can I give a
No, I want to know why human slavery is wrong. Can you tell me that? Or are you just so focused on what you have to say?
I'm going to repeat myself. Animals are different from
Why
human
is
beings.
human slavery immoral?
Because humans are different from animals.
Human slavery is immoral because humans are sentient and they care about what happens to themselves. They have their own purpose. Thank you for trying. Wasn't talking about animals yet.
Hello.
Hey, no name. What can I call you?
Cammy.
Cammy, are you over 18?
Yes, 19.
Okay, what year were you born?
2006.
All right, I can't do math right now, so I'll just accept it.
All right. That's good.
Okay, good. All right. Sorry, tell me your name again, because usually I'm used to reading it. One more time.
Cammy.
Cammy. I was going to call you Caitlin. How terrible.
Yes.
Cammy. So why aren't you vegan yet?
I personally am not vegan because I just like I am just naturally I am deficient in many different nutritional vitamins, things like that. Even with eating meat, and so it's for me it's just a key part of my diet. It's one of the things that's keeping me here.
So let's say you didn't have this condition. Would you find it to be a moral obligation to live vegan?
No, I don't believe that.
Do you think other people should be morally obligated to live vegan that can?
I mean, not necessarily.
Okay. So then what is it about animals that makes it okay for us to exploit and oppress them, but not okay to exploit and oppress humans?
Well, humans have been hunting animals for years and years and years and years, thousands and thousands of years.
Okay.
And I'm thinking it's not immoral for example for a larger predator like a wolf to kill an animal like a deer. Do you think that's immoral?
Yeah, I would find it immoral, but the deer, or excuse me, it was a lion, tiger, whatever you said, out in the wilderness, a wolf, is just doing what their parents taught them to survive a harsh environment. They don't have an option. They don't have grocery stores. They don't even have someone in their group that knows, hey, we can alternatively eat this other thing. So I don't hold animals to the same standard in that sense because they're what we call moral patients. Much like children, they may have some understanding of morality, but for the most part, they don't. And we don't hold children to the same standard as adults when it comes to holding them accountable for their actions, right? Some kids will do things that are moral, but they don't understand. So it's the same thing for these animals. And I would say, although I don't like predation, and I do find it immoral for a predator to harm and consume someone else, I'm focused on the animal that causes the most damage, and that's us humans. Humans take the life of way more animals than a wolf or a lion or any of these predators even combined. So
Okay. So, but you believe that it's okay for them to eat other animals because that's how they were that's
no, I said it was
biologically what they're
immoral.
supposed to do, or Immoral?
Yeah, I find it immoral, but I can't take action on that. I can't go communicate with them and say, hey, what you're doing is wrong.
Okay, that's understandable.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe one
But
day, we're using AI right now to start learning how to communicate with some animals. Like I think blue whales are one of them. And they're even looking at dairy cows, and that they found that cows actually have names for each other. They have certain calls that they have for each other. So we're starting to slowly decode some of how these animals actually communicate, and we might be able to one day actually have conversations with them.
Mhm.
Yeah. So if
Okay,
that ever
but
happened and they said, I don't want to be used, would you respect that?
well, I mean, in one way or another, I feel like it's not like it's more about just the way that like biologically
I mean,
humans.
biologically, are you feminine or female?
Yes.
Okay, so biologically speaking, a man is supposed to impregnate you, right? But that doesn't give a
Yes,
man the right to violate you.
that's true.
So, biological or not, your autonomy matters more.
I mean, but the thing is, I feel like it's yes, like that's like how in that sense that's how that works biologically, but for humans are biologically coded to be omnivores. They're biologically coded to eat plants and animals.
So, when
Both.
we're labeled as omnivores, it's literally just to say that we can digest both animal products and plant-based products. It doesn't mean we have to. We're not obligate omnivores. We are actually finding through science that we thrive the fewer animal products we consume. So, and our closest relatives are frugivores. There's actually studies out there that are showing that the brain growth is potentially from us cooking starchy vegetables, because our brain runs on glucose. It doesn't run on whatever is in meat. Meat doesn't have glucose. Vegetables do. Starchy vegetables do.
So what you're saying is that biologically it's not necessary for humans to consume animal products?
Yeah, there's nothing in animal products that we absolutely need that we can't get elsewhere that are natural sources.
Well, I feel like that's iffy because again, like I mean, it really depends because
Well,
you can't live without.
what nutrient do you think you need from animals?
I mean, iron and B12 are two necessary things for the body. Obviously, there's
Absolutely get
supplements.
iron on a plant-based diet. You can get it from beans. You can get it from dark leafy greens. You just take some citrus beforehand. Be careful when you drink caffeinated beverages because those leach your calcium. In fact, a lot of people that drink dairy don't know that they're actually worsening their bone structures. But the point is, like, if you're worried about iron, just all you do is some planning where you have a citrus before or any time in the day, actually. As long as you eat citrus in the day and dark leafy greens and beans, you'll get your iron. And I mean, honestly, what's wrong with taking a supplement?
No, I understand that.
Okay. And then the B12, it comes from bacteria. And the animals that we use don't even naturally get it anymore. They can't get it from the grass because the grasses the fields have been sanitized. So what they do is they just supplement the animals with the same supplement that we could take. So you're just filtering your vitamins through someone's body.
I feel like the difference is there's more like nutritional value in eating an animal than there is in taking a supplement.
There is not, actually. In fact, when you use animals for those nutrients, like iron, you'd have to eat red meat. That's a 2A carcinogen. It's wrapped in word. What's the word I'm looking for? Starts with a C. Come on, guys. What is it? Huh? No, not carcinogen. What does red meat have? It's fat. Not
cholesterol.
Cholesterol. God, I could not think of the word cholesterol. It's wrapped in cholesterol, and it's often cooked so you get char. But it's listed as a 2A carcinogen by the World Health Organization. And bacon is even worse. It's a 1A carcinogen, which is on par with cigarettes. So
Exactly.
even though they have some nutrients in them, they're like wrapped in this horrible package. Whereas you can get all of those things without the negative stuff, without the, oh my God, I forgot it already. Lori, one more time.
Cholesterol?
Cholesterol. Yeah.
Cholesterol.
I don't know why I don't want to think about cholesterol today. I'm gonna write it down. Cholesterol. But yeah, cholesterol comes from animal products. You avoid that when you go plant-based. And we've actually had studies that show a plant-based diet reversing cardiovascular disease. I don't think I've seen another diet that's been able to replicate something similar. So that's a big deal. Cardiovascular disease is one of our main killers as humans.
Right.
Okay, well-
it also reverses diabetes, and where eating meat can cause diabetes, Alzheimer's, different cancers, ED, hormonal issues.
Yeah. So knowing that we can get everything on a plant-based diet, what might be holding you back from, leaving this conversation and living vegan?
Well, I was a vegetarian for a very long time.
What made you do that?
Well, it was mainly because I just didn't enjoy eating meat. Like, it wasn't like, it's not something that like I specifically like enjoy like for taste. Like, I've never been a big fan. It's like, but I had to start eating it again because I was deficient. So
Okay. Well, so let me get to the ethics. Like, veganism is really about the ethics. Do you think that if you could get everything you needed without using animals, that would be the preferable choice?
I mean, I feel like it's still kind of debatable. I don't feel like
Well, so I'm
ever
setting
be,
a
like-
hypothetical. Let's say you found out you could get everything that you needed, but from a plant-based diet without using the animals. Would you agree that would be a preferable situation? You can get everything you need. It's, again, hypothetical. So we're pretending that we've just discovered, hey, you can get everything you need on a plant-based diet. Would you?
I still don't think I would.
Okay. So what is it about animals that when you look at them, you're like, it's okay for me to slit your throat?
Well, in that sense, I don't completely agree. I agree that like maybe I'd go vegetarian, but not completely vegan because
Can you
it's
see if Keith's in the queue, Anna? I'm sorry.
Oh, is Keith
I
in
don't know
there?
if Keith is.
Oh, I don't see him.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because again, like I've been vegetarian in the past. I don't like it's
Okay, so you agree that slitting someone's throat is wrong? Is that what you're trying to
Yes.
say? Okay. Well, so for like dairy, for example, she's a mammal. When do mammals produce milk?
What do you mean?
So a cow is a mammal, right? Okay, so mammals, like humans, when does a human woman produce milk?
When they're gonna bear a child.
Yeah, when they have a
Or when
child.
they bear a child.
Yeah, when they bear a
When they have a
child.
child.
Yeah, exactly. So that milk, who is that milk for?
For the children.
Right. So cows are also mammals. They also only produce milk after they've given birth. Do you think that the cow decides to be pregnant, or do you think the farmer decides for her?
I think it again, it like really depends on the situation.
If she doesn't get pregnant, what do you think happens to her?
That's used for meat.
Yeah, she gets sent to her death. Do you think that's fair?
Lily. Well,
If someone wanted to forcefully impregnate you and it was unsuccessful, so you experienced being forced to be inseminated, and then you didn't get pregnant, and they send you off to a slaughterhouse, would you find that all to be fair?
I mean, like, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's why vegans don't support the dairy industry, because you have to grape cows. Either the farmer does it with his arm, which is the more common way. It's called artificial insemination. He has to hold her cervix in place, so he puts his arm up her bum. And yes, they penetrate the cow full, like all the way up. And they grab her cervix and hold it in place. And then in her vagina, they squirt bull semen. How do you think they obtain bull semen?
I couldn't tell you.
I bet you could take a wild guess, though.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So either they do it by hand, or they stick a buzzy toy in his bum until he goes into a little bag. And then they put that in a vial and they squirt that in her. And they do this thing where they massage it in her and get what's called the slick because they want to make sure that she gets pregnant. So she has to experience all of that. And if she doesn't get pregnant, she gets sent to the slaughterhouse. The alternative method, which is not done as much, and I've literally had farmers up here tell me that it's inhumane to do this method, but allowing a bull to mount a cow, people think, oh, well, it's the natural method. That's way better. But if you were left in a pen with a randy male, would you feel that it was fair?
I mean, I feel like it's just like this is just like the way like the world works, like just in general.
Yeah, it is how it works, but is that the way it should be? Or can we make a better world that's just for everybody?
I mean, I feel like it would definitely be a different situation if, like, for example, there were like, I mean, obviously there are like other predators that can hunt humans, but I feel like it's like,
But it wouldn't be fair, right? That's why we left nature. We were.
I mean, I believe
we were
it
vulnerable.
would be fair. I feel like
Well, so
because
then why do we live in houses?
we had the ability to
Because we didn't
evolve
find
as a
it
stronger
fair
species,
to
and
be predated upon. We didn't like it. So we're protecting
it's not about not
ourselves.
finding it fair. It's about survival.
Yeah, exactly. We all want to survive. And if you get
Yeah.
in the way of my survival for no reason, that's unfair.
It's not necessarily unfair. It's
It's
just
unfair
how
if
the
you
way it
don't need to
works.
do it. That's my point. If you don't need to do it, it's unfair. And even when someone is in a technically they can get away with it kind of situation, if I was on an island with someone who was starving, I wouldn't want to be their lunch. I understand they have a justification, right? I still wouldn't want to be their lunch. And I would hope they would take that into consideration, right? Like, am I at the point where I'm going to take everything from someone else? And again, it's understandable, but I still wouldn't want to be the victim. And that's why, like, it doesn't matter. Is the point is, if you have a choice, you really shouldn't be demanding someone's exploitation at all. Because even in the situations where someone's justified, it's still not fair.
I feel like it not being fair, like, wait, hold on, let me
Well,
think of
the
how to word
reason
this
why I
really quick.
use fair is because that's how we think of the world. Is it fair to me? Is it fair to you? If I find something unfair, I shouldn't do that action to other people, right? If I find stealing to be unfair, I shouldn't purposely steal from others when I don't have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same thing with using animals. You know, I understand if someone's in a state of necessity, it's still not fair, but it's more understandable. I'm not talking to those people. I'm talking to people that do have options, you know, like you and me. We have grocery stores. We have alternatives.
Yeah, but again, let's just like say hypothetically, okay? There's another much larger predator, okay, who can hunt us, they can hunt others, they can hunt they can gather in the same type of situation that humans are in, just we are
Yeah, would you find
the
that
ones being
fair?
hunted. Yes.
You're standing alone on that one. I personally would
Because
not
it's
want to be, I would not tolerate an alien race coming in here and farming humans. That's still immoral. I think what you're
but it's
getting
less
confused,
about
I think what you're confusing is the is ought. I'm not talking about what is. I'm not talking about if some alien race came in and dominated us, that's just the way it is. What I'm talking about is how we want to, what kind of world do we want? How should we interact with each other? Should we just slit each other's throats when we want to eat each other? Or should we forcefully impregnate each other when we want to drink that individual's breast milk? Or should we just respect each other's autonomy the way we want to be respected?
I think that obviously, like, as humans, we should respect each other's autonomy, but I feel like it's different when it's
Okay.
other species.
Explain to me that difference.
Because, like, animals, obviously, they're, like, as you said, they're sentient, but they're not sentient in the same way that humans are, so
What is
it's
sentience?
like being able to, like, feel emotion
It's
and,
binary.
like,
It's on off. You either are sentient or not. And then there's degrees of intelligence. You could call that richness
yeah.
of sentience, but sentience is either you experience emotions or you don't.
Yeah. But like what I'm trying to say, like what I'm getting at is that they don't like experience emotions and they don't like their thought process and like they don't have like
So let me
again
understand.
like
Let me understand correctly. It's okay to oppress animals because they don't think like us.
I'm not necessarily saying
Okay,
I mean
I'm not
in a way I guess yeah
understanding
that's
then.
what I'm saying.
Okay. I was going to say cuz we have humans though that obviously don't think like you and I, right? You could argue they're even less conscious than the animals that we use, right? We would still demand or still find it immoral to exploit them because they're still sentient. They still care about what happens to themselves.
But I feel like other species aren't killing their own species
You
to
haven't
eat.
told me a relevant difference.
The relevant difference is that we're killing a completely different species for
Okay.
our
So
consumption or our
this
survival.
is just in group. You're literally this is the logic, and I'm not saying you are these things, okay? To be clear, because you've been very respectful, and I don't want you to feel like I'm insulting you. But this logic is very similar to like a racist, a sexist, a homophobic. You're just saying because you're not in my group, I can do what I want to you and ignore the fact that you care what happens to you.
I think that it's a completely different concept, but
You can't tell me why though. Tell me why they're different.
I can't tell you why. I
Okay.
just told you why. That it's because we're two completely different species and we're biologically
That's
coded in
begging the
completely different
question.
ways.
That's begging the
I'm
question.
not. I'm answering the question.
You didn't answer the question. You just said
I did
because
just answer the question.
no. I want to know what is the difference between our species that justifies ignoring their sentience for our benefit?
Because it's like they don't have like the same like they don't experience the same concepts and they don't feel the same concepts and they don't feel the same
We might
emotions
end
as
it
humans do.
here. I really want you to hang out in the chat, okay? Because it doesn't matter how intelligent someone is. We've gone over this a
I'm
couple
not
of times.
talking about intelligence. I'm talking
You
about the
are,
matter
though.
of whether
You
or
are.
not they can.
You are. It's intelligence.
It's not.
That
It's
is
more. It's less about
intelligence.
intelligence, more about comprehension. And I'm trying to
Does
like.
it change the fact that they can suffer?
I mean, like.
Exactly.
It doesn't change the fact.
It doesn't
Okay,
change the fact that they can suffer. It doesn't change that. They care about what happens to them. It doesn't matter what else they conceptualize. Doesn't
But
matter.
they don't conceptualize that. It's
It
like,
doesn't
Yes, they
matter. Go ahead, Lori.
But they do. No, they do because they know when their unalivement is coming. They know. They smell it. They hear the other animals. They try to escape. A bunch of them get over the wall and manage to escape, and sanctuaries pick them up. That's chickens and
Pigs even.
ducks and pigs and cows. They'll jump off the trucks. They know what's happening.
And even if they didn't, but a lot of them do because they're much more intelligent than you give them credit for. Like cows can smell up to 5 miles. You don't think they can smell all that? They can actually smell the stress in each other's urine. So when they go into a slaughterhouse, you don't think they're picking that up?
Right. And like fish, you can't breathe underwater. You know, they all have special attributes that,
You could argue that
they
they're more
have.
intelligent than us in those areas.
Oh yeah, big time.
Because their sentience, as the way you describe it, right, is more rich in that direction. We don't have sonar, right? We don't experience that. That's someone else's intelligence that's going far beyond ours. So you're only measuring intelligence in what benefits you, not necessarily being logically consistent, which is our point that there is no morally relevant difference between the animals that you use and you. There is no morally relevant difference. We all care. We're all sentient and care about what happens to us. And I would argue that that's all we care about in other humans. If a human lost their ability to think about thoughts, right, their sapience, and they became the cognition of a cow, I would still say we respect that individual, right? We shouldn't violate or exploit them, regardless of their intelligence or their ability to conceptualize things.
Right. And I think you should probably watch Dominion because you should know what you're paying for.
I think you actually
Okay.
share principles with us, honestly.
Yes.
I really do, because
I
you're an
think
honest
that if
person.
you watch this, you might
I
have a
mean-
change of heart.
Would you be willing to watch Dominion? It's free on YouTube.
I'll screenshot and I'll think.
Absolutely. a screenshot would be perfect.
Yeah, watch it
It's free on
and come and
YouTube.
tell us what you think.
Please, I would love to hear your thoughts. If it did make a difference for you, if it did make a difference for you, I genuinely want to know, because we don't have information on, what people think after watching this documentary. So I'm just genuinely wanting to know, like, hey, did this make a difference for you? Because it made a difference for me. And like I said, I think that we share principles and values. I think there's a lot we have in common.
Yeah, definitely. People see this, and in the first few minutes, they change their minds quick.
Yeah,
it's not an easy thing.
I do urge people to watch the whole thing, though, because it goes over every animal that we use. Small local farm, small local slaughterhouse, all of these, the better places. It's about what your perspective on animals. Like, are they a who or are they a what, right? So that's what it kind of comes down to. Just watch this and ask yourself, what if it were dogs? Would I want to give my money to these people? And again, small local farms, small local slaughterhouses, humane raised farms, all of that is in there. Would you be willing to at least watch that and then come back?
Yeah.
Awesome. I really appreciate your willingness. That honestly is huge. A lot of people are really ignorant and they won't even look up information. So I want to give you like a pat on the back for looking at information, seriously. So I think we'll end it here. But you can either private message me or Laura, or you're welcome to come back on the live. I'll be live on Monday and you can talk about whatever your thoughts are. I do appreciate you coming up. Was it Cami or Tammy with a T? Because I might have misunderstood.
Cammy.
Cami with a K?
Yes.
Awesome. Cami, I really do appreciate you being up here. Was there anything else you wanted to end with? Any last statements?
Not really. I feel like I tried my best to cover everything, but
Yeah, no, I totally get it. Maybe watch that documentary, and I don't mind rehashing the same things if, like, maybe you still feel like it's the same reason for you to not go vegan. I would love to still talk to you.
all right.
Okay. Awesome. Well, you have a good night, okay? And I'll see you hopefully on
You
Monday.
too.
Okay.
All right.
I'll see you. Hey, Keith, what is up?
Yo, how's the live so far?
It's
my God.
It's ups and downs. There's some honest people, which is nice, and a good break from the other people.
Yeah, it's just how
And
they
it's
always
just like
go.
the wheels aren't spinning. It's like no matter how hard you try to throw that ball, it just isn't bouncing.
Yep.
Yeah. Some days it's like it's surprising. Like like it's been a long time since I had that live, but I remember when I hosted a live a while back on my other account, and I got like what felt like within like 2 or 3 hours, like 10 positive plus conversations. I was like, what is happening?
What a good day. Oh, that sounds like that would really boost the,
Yeah.
the feels, because man, it wears on you, all these people just being jackasses sometimes. So, well, hopefully we can get back to that.
Roll the dice.
Yeah, roll the dice. Maybe you being here will bring that good luck.
I'll try.
Yeah. Just put it out in the ether. Hey, Christian.
Hello.
Hey, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am. I was born July 10, 2007.
Beautiful. All right. So, why aren't you vegan yet?
I mean, I don't eat meat.
Okay.
We have chickens. They're free range. We don't kill the chickens. The only thing we really use the chickens for is eggs.
Mm-hmm. So what happens when their egg production declines?
Egg production declines. We have a big, it's kind of like a barn-sized shed that's heated and stuff that they stay in the winter. We don't really bother them. Like I said, we don't kill our animals.
Okay.
As in, inhumane. We don't like that.
Where do you get your chickens?
We actually bought fertilized eggs and hatched them out, and we just let them set on their eggs, hatch their own.
Wait, what? Oh, like you had chickens there already?
We bought eggs and incubated them, and then let them do their thing with their fertilized eggs. And
when they give you fertilized eggs, do they sex them? Because I didn't think they could do that yet.
I don't think they could do that. But
so what happens to all the males?
My dad has friends that we give them to. They're the same as us. They just let them free range and do what they want to do, in gated off big properties.
Okay, how do you get more chickens?
So we have a open coop. Like at night, it's closed because the predators and things like that. But as soon as we wake up, they're let out.
Oh, no, no. How do you get more chickens? So, like, let's say some chickens from old age pass away, and now you're getting fewer
So
eggs. How do you get more chickens?
so with like the chickens that we have, we just let them hatch out their own eggs and take care of the babies by themselves.
Okay, so how many people have bought your roosters? Because for
A
every
lot.
female evolution, yeah. So you're gonna run out of
Yeah.
people who want pet roosters. What are you gonna do then?
I don't really know. But we would not kill them. I don't like that
Well, what do
as
you
like
think most people buy these roosters for?
you know what? Probably
They're called
the
stew.
inhumane things.
Yeah, they put them in a stew. They kill them because most roosters that people don't want roosters because they don't lay eggs. They often make a lot of noise, right?
Yeah.
And so people don't really have the capacity to care for roosters or the funding to, because they don't produce anything. So my issue would be more like, what do you see these individuals as sentient beings that deserve to live and be free, or do you think that it's okay to keep birthing them into existence just so you can get eggs?
I see them as that word.
Sentient
It's hard
beings.
to
That's
say.
okay. Sentient beings, yeah.
But I'm not like really the one that really does anything with them. Like that's my parents' thing. But like with my property, I have my property set up as a wildlife, like I wouldn't say sanctuary, but like wildlife. Like I have ponds and things like that wildlife can come on and use freely without being bothered.
That's nice. Well, so would you ever find it okay to go out to these wild animals that you've created a nice place for? Would you find it okay to go out there and shoot one of them to eat them?
No, I could never see myself doing that. I see them as like
what about
beautiful
because
beings.
you said you wouldn't take their life. What about capturing one to get their eggs or get their babies so that you can have milk or
No.
eggs?
I just like to watch them, honestly. I wouldn't want to disturb an animal's peace.
Yeah, I get
It's
that.
like I wouldn't want an animal to disturb my peace, but I like I said, I don't have a problem with animals. Like wild animals, they're beautiful.
Yeah, well,
They're
so
beautiful
what I'm
creatures.
trying to say is, it's like since we know that it's not respectful to do that to wild animals, why is it respectful to do to domesticated animals?
Like I've heard people say it's the way our government works, but in my opinion, it shouldn't happen.
Okay. So for
We
you individually, you do find it immoral to farm chickens.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just I can't.
I mean, you can't
My parents
control
won't
your
let me change
parents.
their mind. Yeah.
No, I understand that. I mean, I don't know if you fully understand the vegan perspective yet, but if
Not fully.
that's okay. If something was to bother you, I would empower you to speak up against an injustice. But I'm not here to actually tell you to be an activist. I'm only asking people about their own personal choices and actions that they can take. So it's not that I want you to control your parents. It's more like, where do you play in this, right? When you accept those eggs from your parents, you're telling them, I like that you're giving me eggs. And they're going to make sure that they have enough chickens so that they can give you eggs. So you're essentially putting in a demand for chickens to constantly be bred into existence to lay eggs for you. And that itself is not fair. Even though you can provide them a nice home, I personally still wouldn't tolerate someone birthing me into existence, even though I have my own purpose, right? I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to be used just because I produce a thing that they want.
Yeah, I haven't really ever thought of it that way.
Yeah, most people haven't. And I honestly feel like most people do agree with vegan logic that causing an animal unnecessary harm is immoral. It's just that we're obviously just surrounded by it in our culture and told to just suck it up and accept it. So we do. But
I have another question on animals in captivity.
Please.
So I have fish, like pet fish, but I rescue them from like pet stores and give them like natural homes, like tanks with live plants, flowing water, big pieces of wood. because I hate going to pet stores and seeing betas and cups and
I
things like
agree.
that.
It's painful. Are you
Yes, it
are you
is.
buying them though?
Yeah, they're like really cheap where I'm from, so it's like I'll buy them and give them like a naturalistic home
Yeah, that
to
part,
better.
giving them a home isn't my issue. I'm more worried that so when you buy these sick animals, if you give money to that company, they just buy another fish to replace that one fish. So it's kind of like it's a tough rescue situation because
Yeah.
I don't want to. Oh, hold on a second. Wow, my phone was way over there. I don't want to discourage you saving someone because they don't
Yeah.
know, right? They don't know the circumstance. They're just appreciative of being saved. But something you can do, and I don't know if you've tried this maybe already, is asking the store, "Hey, I see this fish is sick and needs help. Could I take them to give them the help they need?" And they will sometimes just give you the animals, and that way you're not
Yeah.
supporting them. I don't know if you've already tried that, but it's something. It helps it better in rescuing them because you're not giving the exploiters support, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that is true.
But your heart is still in the right place, and I absolutely commend you for that part because I also am pained when I see those little beta fish in the cups.
Yes,
It's
in those little
painful.
bitty
It's
cups.
painful, painful. I have daydreams of going in there with like something that I could put them in, but because they're delicate in those cups, it's just I don't know how to radically save them. But
Yeah. I hate also another thing, the way companies ship animals.
right. Yeah. Well,
Like
because
that
they're
could be
not
cows,
the reason
pigs,
it
fish.
all comes from the same thing. It all comes from the way that we view animals. If you view animals as an object, then their experiences don't matter and they're a product to be moved around just like any other inanimate product, right?
Yeah.
So that's why the animals are treated that way. And it honestly started from backyard farms, small little local farms.
Yeah.
People that genuinely cared about their animals, but as time went on, you want that product and that outweighs your victim's
Yeah.
experiences, and that's how it
I
goes.
had some other questions so I have iron deficiency. What are some like plants or things like that I can get iron from?
So eat like citrus, beans, dark leafy greens. As long as you monitor when you have caffeine, I wouldn't consume caffeine within a few hours of a meal because it can
Yeah.
drastically decline how much you absorb. But that's it. Beans and dark leafy vegetables. You can take a supplement. I have supplements because I'm lazy sometimes. I don't know where I put the little paper, but I have one for iron sometimes because I sometimes eat vegan junk food. I don't want to monitor all the time, and most people are actually deficient in something, vegan or not.
Yeah.
So it's good to take a
Yeah.
multivitamin anyway. Go ahead, Keith.
Legumes and things like tofu are also going to be pretty high in iron. Grains and seeds and other options are also up there. So, I mean, really, just kind of like effectively it happens just naturally consuming like a fairly well-rounded plant-based diet, especially if you do like have a focus on whole foods relatively. But yeah, like
Yeah.
you said, like just taking a multivitamin or something is another route that you could very easily take to deal with like a deficiency. Like for example, like someone shows up to the hospital with like low levels of B12. Like, how do you think they treat that?
I would say with like meds.
Yeah, they give them an initial injection of B12 to stabilize and normalize it as quickly as possible. And then from there, their doctors, no matter who the doctor is going to recommend that they start taking a B12 supplement of some kind. So like supplementation is like really like a positive thing. Ultimately, it helps like facilitate people to live longer, more healthfully, with less issues. So like while it's like almost like a I don't know like a fad that feels like is happening right now is like especially the right leaning, oh, you got to consume whole foods, only whole foods to get your nutrients. Like, no, it's totally valid to get your nutrients from both whole foods. That's certainly a positive thing, but you can also obtain it from like supplements or fortified foods if
Yeah.
that's something that just works for you and is easy to do.
Well, another thing we have on property like fruit trees, berries, vegetables, things like that, and we don't use pesticides, anything, because like I said, wildlife, we let them on, and they can eat or pick as they choose.
Yeah,
I
that's
wouldn't want to eat anything that's going to hurt me, so I don't want an animal to eat anything that's going to hurt them.
yeah, that's fair. So I guess the question is, do you feel like you're gonna leave this conversation vegan?
I might. I might.
I mean, you sound like a really open-minded person. Would you be willing to at least maybe screenshot these resources and check them out?
Just did.
Hell
I
yeah.
definitely,
Hell
I
yeah.
definitely will watch that, and I will. Like I heard you say, you're gonna be live Monday.
Yep.
So I will be back Monday after watching it, and I will let you know my thoughts on it.
Yay! Thank you, Christian. I really appreciate you being open to doing that because
Yeah.
yep, exact W's in the chat for
You're very
Christian.
welcome.
Yeah.
Y'all have a great night.
You as well, Christian, and I look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya. Yay! I'm happy when people are open to looking at resources. That's huge.
I know.
Oh, desperation. Welcome back. Oh, maybe. Hey, what's up?
Really?
How's it going? You still there? Oh, maybe it was accidental. Sometimes that happens. They were up here earlier. I don't know how to pronounce that. What can I call you? To Gabosabwa gag swag. Swag dog.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Is that okay if I call you that, swag dog? I was trying to figure
Yeah,
out
my
what
bad. I was actually playing Fortnite listening to this. While I was in queue.
Gotcha. Did you want to talk or?
Yeah.
Okay. You're over 18,
So,
I take it, right?
Yeah, I turned 18 January 1st, so
Right.
I just had my birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. So, I don't know. I mean, you can kind of see my profile. I'm a power lifter, so I eat roughly 10 pounds of ground beef every week. But I just want to start off with the whole thing with all the vegan stuff. I have no problem with it. I know plenty of people that are. But one thing that I do in the summer is I go to this camp up in Canada, and I do these outdoor exploration trips. And on those, there's this one town that I've been to 3 times, very far up north. You can only get there through water, plane, or train. So, and with that, and the fact that it's so far up north, there's very long winters, and there's a lot of food shortages around there. So, because of the fact, they can only get their food from that train. So, my whole thing was just that a lot of those vegan options are not always readily available. And for a lot of those people up there who are, miners, outdoorsmen who are barely making enough, although a lot of those vegan options are usually a bit more expensive than, just a regular whole food diet. So I just wanted your thoughts on that to start.
Yeah. So I'll start off. Veganism is actually a principled stance against the exploitation of sentient beings, and we're doing it as far as practicable and possible in our lives. If I can avoid going someplace that doesn't have options for me, then I will avoid going to that place. If I'm living in a place where I don't have an option and I have to cross my principles in order to survive, that's understandable, but it's also still immoral for a couple of reasons. For one, I don't want to have to cross my principles. And for two, it's an injustice to deny access to healthy foods to any area with a population in it, in my opinion. So just because somewhere doesn't have options doesn't mean that those people can't live vegan. It just means that there's an injustice there that's holding them back from being able to live in alignment with their own principles. Does that make sense?
So, yeah. So I do understand that part. They do have some access to healthy foods. I mean, they have a grocery store with stuff in it.
Okay. Well, we're finding
obviously,
through science that the fewer animal products you consume and the more plants and fungi and seaweed that you consume, the longer lived you are and the higher quality those years are. So if an area denies that to people, that's an injustice, right? If they can't have access to the food in the amounts that would help them live a long, healthy life, that's not fair. So that needs to be remedied as well. But even if you're in a situation where you don't have an option, the point is, how do you see these animals, right? In the situations where you have abundance, do you then find it to be a moral obligation to live vegan?
So I'm just gonna go back, just to go back a bit with the whole grocery store thing. So they do have obviously fresh foods, but I do believe that, I think I wouldn't call it, I guess, immoral in those kinds of situations to
Well, you're not
have to
thinking,
consume.
you're thinking from the oppressor's perspective. You're thinking about their benefits. You're not thinking about the victims and what they're going through. Is it fair to slice someone's throat who wanted to live?
And no, I wouldn't say that, but I would also put, in my personal opinion, I guess my morals with animals is different, but and specifically to this area, I would say for fish, for example, I mean, these fish are being
Okay,
caught
again,
in a
you,
natural way.
I want to be clear. Vegans understand necessity, right? I'm not going to places where people don't have access to all the food and telling them you need to starve. That's not what I'm
Okay.
saying. I'm saying when you
Yeah.
have options, when you can live a life without using animals, you should.
Well, so for example, for me, I absolutely could live a vegan lifestyle, but there definitely are health. I mean, you've mentioned multiple times health benefits with those vegan diets, but I would, I'm not saying that, you're not saying that, you're gonna die obviously if you're gonna eat. That'd be an extreme to say, but I do think in a way it does discredit the fact that there are lots of health benefits with eating, meats, eggs, of course,
It doesn't
everything.
matter. It doesn't matter because let's say human babies could lengthen your life by 10 years if you ate them. Would you then start eating human babies because they could benefit you?
Well, no, because those are humans. Those are my peers,
But you
right?
could
So
benefit so much.
exactly, there are, but I think that is I would say that is an extreme, though,
Why
right?
is that
The
extreme?
fact because those are human babies,
But
right? So
what's the morally relevant difference?
because those are your own,
It
your
doesn't
own
matter. You're
species,
not
right?
telling me. You're just saying that we're two different species. That's not answering the question.
To
What is the
to be
morally relevant difference between the two? Oh, I'm sorry, Keith. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, to be clear, the question she's effectively asking you is what's the morally relevant trait difference between species A and species B? And if your response to that is just simply to say, oh, well, that one is called species A, it's what's called circular reasoning. It doesn't like lead us to an answer of like why you're rationally arguing your point. You're just again kind of like making a loop there, which doesn't tell us anything.
So I guess what my point that I'm trying to make is that in the natural order of things, right? People, animals are meant to be consumed, right? So you have a circle of
Who
life.
deemed that?
That's just the natural order. I mean, animals eat
No
each
one
other,
is meant to
obviously.
be eaten. Some animals need to do it to survive, but no one is intended to be eaten.
Sorry,
Well, I mean, would
and
you
what
not?
this is going to be, TG, is like this is what's called an is-ought fallacy. Even if it were the case that humans, for example, have certain appendages, and those appendages can be used in certain ways, that doesn't mean we should use those appendages whenever we want to, right? Or
Mhm.
just because we're physically capable of doing it. This is again what's called the is-ought fallacy. Like we're making a moral entailment based on the fact that something is the case. It doesn't mean that it should be the case or that that is the only way to go about doing a certain thing.
All right. So the entire point of this, from what I'm getting, that the whole idea that you have is that it's wrong because we're taking the life from these animals. Earlier, I was hearing this that it's bad to do this because animals they can't I guess defend for themselves, right? And we're taking their ability to live a free and I guess a free life, right? A happy life.
It's a simple premise, right? Again, veganism is just an ethical, principled stance against the needless exploitation of all sentient life where it's possible and practicable to do so. So for like all the same reasons, right? Like you and I would probably both like look at someone exploiting a human for like a trivial taste pleasure or smell pleasure or hearing pleasure or touch pleasure or any kind of sensory pleasure we could think of. You and I would look at someone doing that sort of thing to a human and we would think that that's basically like a 10 out of 10 horrible thing you could do, like
Yeah.
almost an 11 out of 10, just
Mhm.
atrocious actions to do towards another human. And we're making like this massive leap with other sentient individuals to say with these other sentient individuals we can repeat that kind of action to them for, you know, a trivial taste pleasure or other personal pleasure. We can do that to them. And that's like a 0 out of 10. It's like neutral, or it's like a very low number, like a 1 out of 10 or something, or even negative, where we're saying it's like a good thing. So we're trying to like figure out what is the morally relevant gap here that would explain it going from like a 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 action in terms of how bad it is to do to a human sentient being, that would then guide us to the answer, oh, this is like not bad at all, or neutral, or positive to do this to a non-human sentient being. Like, we're trying to find the answer to that. And if we don't have like an actual like meaningful answer, if we're just saying, well, we just do it and other entities also do this action, that doesn't, again, lead us to any kind of moral decision. It just leads us towards, you know, a baseless thinking process, right?
So, I mean, but animals are in themselves less moral. Like, they do not understand, I think, completely what's going on in their, like, in the lives. They don't understand the process
there-
as much as we do.
There's humans that can't, right? So that wouldn't be a, like, when we say morally relevant trait difference, we're looking for a universally meaningful morally relevant trait difference that, like, you know, for example, would apply to all humans or not apply to all humans. So in the case of like being rational and having forethought and higher grade sapience and processing power in our brains, you know, there's humans who are born with extreme conditions like hydranencephaly, where they have about 1/4 of the normal brain capacity and size, and they're effectively left with the complete inability to communicate, have emotional regulation, have like social bonds in a lot of cases, you know, a whole host of things that they're just incapable of doing compared to other humans. But I would never say it's valid or justified to exploit those humans, not simply because of like a statement that they are like a human being. It's because I find what is within them as like a potential victim. What about them morally matters to them, which is sentience. Like, the idea behind sentience effectively is, you know, what happens to you matters to you. Your subjective experience of the world matters to you. So just like what matters to you happens to you matters to you, what happens to them matters to them. So I wouldn't just like arbitrarily inflict suffering or life loss on some human, even if they had really low mentality states, especially when I don't need to. And we're just, again, logically applying that to other sentient individuals because we cannot find a morally relevant trait difference that justifies doing it.
Well, so I'm not saying in a way that, you know, I'm not like that we don't kill those humans because, you know, they're just less sentient. I mean, like what you were talking about, just like I think it was like like a minute ago, right? Where you mentioned the fact that you don't believe that we just shouldn't, you know, exploit those people who, you know, might have a mental disability. You said that you don't think we should do it just because they're human. I think, I mean, I'm not saying that if, well, I don't know. This is kind of a weird one for me because if they weren't a human, I guess, and they were like a cow and they were also less sentient, then I think it's okay to exploit that. But I'm not saying, but you know, like I'm not saying that we should ever exploit humans, but I'm saying I do think it is okay to exploit somebody who's like less morally there as long as they are not a human though.
Okay, but again, that's what we're trying to say is like, effectively, the answer I'm gathering from you is the reason it's, again, for you, wrong to exploit these individuals with like lower grade intelligence is not because you're like actually considering them as themselves, who they are in this moment. You're just recognizing an element of a title, the title being Homo sapien. You're not actually like naming the characteristics about them that would matter morally. And like we can test this, right? Like if you're going to hold like such a stark like, you know, stance that it's the status of being a Homo sapien, like having the DNA of a human being, is that effectively what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think being a human, it gives me the right to hunt other animals, you know, eat
So
other
like
animals.
let's test that though, right? You're effectively saying the human DNA component is more important than experience itself, essentially, right?
I mean, for certain animals, yeah.
Well,
So
what do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean certain animals? Are you saying that certain animals that are non-humans should be treated with respect and not be exploited needlessly?
no, I'm saying that like I only think that we should be able to exploit like certain animals. So like
No,
what
that's
I'm
what
what
I'm
I'm
asked. That's what I asked you. So you're saying there are certain non-human animals who should never be exploited needlessly, but there are non-human animals that should be exploited needlessly.
Yeah, I mean there are some that I personally don't think should be exploited, but they still are. I mean, I'm gonna go to bed either way. Like one of the ones earlier I think was mentioned was dogs,
No,
right?
we're sorry. We're talking about morals. So we're like
Yeah.
trying to make shoulds and oughts. Like what should we do? What ought we do? Not again is statements saying like, hey, this happens in the world, and therefore it's just justified because it happens. Again, we like the conversation in front of you is a discussion about morals and how we should treat, sentient beings within our world. That's the conversation. So like I don't, again, we're trying to uncover where your thought process is. So you're again saying to me there are certain sentient beings who are even in this case non-human animals. Like we're not even having to discuss humans at all anymore. You're effectively saying there are non-human animals who should never be exploited needlessly, and then there are also non-human animals that should be exploited needlessly.
Yeah.
So if that's a statement, that's two opposing views for effectively the same group.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's just so for me, right? I mean, in my mind, I listen, honestly, I think we should exploit all of them, right? But what I was trying to make with that
Should
point
or
was that
shouldn't? Sorry.
sorry, I'm kind of going back on what I'm saying. So, but like what I mean by that is like what I
No, I
was
just didn't hear you. Did you say should or shouldn't be exploited?
should.
Sorry, all non-human animals should be exploited.
I don't have a problem with that. I think they should. If it's for human benefit, of course, though.
Okay, so would you say that a dog fighting ring is a moral thing to participate in?
Well, no, because like I just said, I think it should only be though for benefit, right? If
No,
dogs fighting each
do you
other,
understand what a dog like? Do you know what I mean when I say a dog fighting ring?
yeah, they make their dogs fight each other. They put like, I mean, I've gone and visited them as a school project before, so I've seen them before. Yeah, they're not great.
Wait, sorry, you went to an illegal like underground
No,
dog fighting ring?
no, they've already like arrested all the people, but it was part of a class for animal rights. So
Oh,
they
do
have
you
the
mean you like read about it?
yeah. No, I'm not
Okay.
like no, I'm not making federal confessions on TikTok live right now.
Yeah, because going to these things, generally speaking, is typically like an underground activity. Do you know why it's an underground activity? Prominently outside of the fact that in certain countries it's not like a trivialized thing to like exploit those particular animals, because there are countries where doing certain exploitation on certain animals in the exact same way is, for example, legal. Like you have certain countries where it would be legal to participate in chicken fighting or other animals fighting for like similar purposes. So again, humans are gaining a great benefit. Money, at least within our current system in our current society, money is more valuable than even food effectively, because I could use money from a dog fighting ring. I'm getting a massive benefit basically by participating here. I can make thousands of dollars, every week, every month, every year, and that's going to supplement my income greatly and allow me as that person benefiting to, buy a house or a car or like other luxury goods, or just even general necessities like buying food and stuff for myself. So like in terms of human benefit, dog fighting rings are massively beneficial to humans that participate in them, because they're going to gain quite a bit from doing it.
Well, I mean, not if you end up in prison though. Sorry to cut you off, but I mean, I feel like if you end up in prison, man, like money's not worth
No,
that
it's
much.
legal in certain countries again. So and this is what's called the appeal to legality fallacy, where we say something is moral or not moral because of the current laws. Well, if we go by that metric, then, in 1688, slavery was a moral and good thing to participate in because it was legal in a number of countries, right? So like, that's what you have to understand when you commit to like a legality statement as the justifier, is to know what that really logically entails and means. So again, if you were in a country where dog fighting is legal, humans are making thousands of dollars, doing this, is that something that they should just continue to participate in, or should we as a society and a human people, and more importantly than all of that, as moral agents, should we stand up to this action and say it's wrong?
I mean, I think you should stand up for the dog fighting. I mean, listen, like it's not gonna be like a straight line for my logic, right? I understand that obviously it doesn't make sense that I don't think dogs should be allowed to fight each other, but yeah, I think we should kill chickens, right?
Yeah, it's called a moral contradiction.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I understand that it's not going to make sense, but like, I mean, I don't know, man. Listen, in my mind, right? This is what I'm thinking, right? And I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna like try to, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, right? But like, I mean, humans in ourselves, right? Like we used to hunt animals. I mean, definitely wasn't a very quick process, right? When you had a wooden spear, right? And we ate animals, we ate vegetables. I just feel like if you do a mix of both, right? Like, I feel like it's not the worst thing in the world, I think a few eggs here and there. Like, I feel like here's the thing, right? I live somewhere where there's a lot of dairy farms. I visited a lot of them. I think it also depends a lot on where you buy your products from, right? Like, there are certain dairy farms right here that are local that, I love to support, man. Like, I've been there. All right, I've seen the farms, the cows get to walk around. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, again, TB, like, we've been around this, before, right? We've explained, again, when we make the statement of our human ancestors or whatever did XYZ action, that's both an appeal to tradition and it's an is-ought fallacy. So, like, two fallacies within one statement, effectively. We're saying it is or has been this way, and we should continue to do it simply because we did this action in the past, right?
Yeah,
so we can't operate off of that logic, because again, something like dogfighting would be justified with that logic. Like in the 1800s, dogfighting was a massive thing. Like they had festivals, it was widely celebrated as a sport. It's why so many dog breeds exist today, actually, is innately because of that industry. So like we would have to then recognize dog fighting rings as a good thing because our human ancestors before us did it. So we can't use that logic. The other component of like, well, if we just go to a slightly nicer farm, the exploitation is still inherent. And again, if we were to put a human, again, even of similar cognition of one of these animals in the same kind of scenario of like a quote unquote nice farm, and I end their life and I do so needlessly, that's the inherent problem. Like I would be on board with you, right? Relatively speaking, if when we analyzed our ability to be healthy and thrive on plant-based diets, the answer to that was we couldn't do it, I would be on board with you with the concept of like a high welfare animal agriculture farm, because effectively that's the best we could hope for, is nicer treatment. But when the best we can hope for is to just not participate in their exploitation at all, that's what we should be fighting for.
So, like, what's your like opinion though on? I mean, are there any farms at all that you think are humane enough to a level where you would be okay with supporting them at all, or no?
No, yeah, I mean it's all going to be operational on the same tactics of using them as a means to an end. Like that is their inherent purpose on those farms. That's inescapable and can never be removed. The exploitation can never be removed. The only way to remove it is to not participate. And that's why I would always choose that option. Again, unless, like, as I already mentioned, if I absolutely had to, then yeah, I would maybe be trying to find these farms of like quote unquote kinder treatment, or like perhaps even take on the task myself or something like that. But that's only in a situation where that was my only option to be healthy and thriving and having access to sustenance and things like this, right? We're not in those scenarios. You and I, we can go to the grocery store. We can just as easily go to the meat, dairy, egg aisles. I can just as easily go to the plant-based meat, dairy, and egg aisles or other alternatives that are plant-based. So there's no like big like ask of me. I'm just making slightly different choices at the stores and at restaurants, and also other areas as well. Like veganism isn't just dietary. There's clothing, cosmetics, hygiene, entertainment, etc. So like all these other things are going to be influenced by that same mentality to recognize, yeah, exploiting a rabbit in a cage so that we can test cosmetics is abhorrent and wrong, and we don't need to do it, especially not anymore. Taking animals and ripping their skin off their backs so that we can turn it into a fur coat or something like this, same sentiment. It would be one thing if that was my only option for clothing, but when I have a plethora of things in front of me, I should be picking that option instead. It's just a simple logical extrapolation to apply this across the board, and not support those industries, not support zoos, not support aquariums, not support circuses, all these other things where we don't need to participate. We're just making that logical, consistent choice.
All right, then one last thing, and I'll hop off here real quick. But I mean, I do think and personally, right, with some of these like really open farms, right? I mean, animals are gonna die either way. I think if you're not farming them at an earlier age, right, you wait a bit, or you let the cows get pregnant naturally, right? I mean, is there really then at that point do you personally still find a problem with that? And then
Again, put humans in the same situation, right? Again, this topic is about needless exploitation. And I would find it beyond absurd for someone to put a human in this situation. You would probably even find it absurd to put dogs or cats in the same situation. But because we change the animal to an animal that you have a general either like disliking to, or B, more likely than that, just like a God, what's the word? Indifferent. You're just indifferent to them, right? Like you just have these particular animals that you feel indifferent towards, or perhaps even dislike to some extent, whatever it is. You're using that as kind of like this ability to move on and just be okay with their exploitation, even when it's unnecessary.
and then I mean, I do think though that there are some benefit. Like I would say that I don't think you can get as perfect of a diet as easily only eating vegan foods as you can with some natural things. Obviously, you can supplement things, but your body does sometimes struggle to digest certain vitamins in what forms you consume them.
Right. So when we look at like real world health outcome data rather than some kind of like mechanistic data claim, what do you think actually happens when we say like look at humans that follow well-planned plant-based diets? Do we see like lower rates of disease, the still ability to like be healthy and thrive, and oftentimes like again typically be healthier because again lower rates of disease and still being able to get all the other things that we need to be healthy? Like, do you think that generally when we look at human health outcome data that we see that, or would we see just like a trend of vegans keeling over in the supermarket, or not being able to participate in like areas where we could see the act of thriving, if you will? Like, do you think we don't see vegans at the Olympics, or we don't see them at powerlifting, or like other things like that? Like we just, if vegans couldn't be healthy and thrive on say like a plant-based diet, then again we would be back to the argument before, where I would then agree with you, where we should now be looking for these higher welfare farms because humans can't be healthy and thrive. But the empirical evidence, whether we're talking about the biggest position paper in the world from the largest dietetic association in the world, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, or we're looking at like just general anecdotes of humans out in the world following plant-based diets, even operating within like the highest metrics of their sport, like Kendrick Ferris, for example, like your relative sport of weightlifting and powerlifting. He's an Olympic weightlifter who holds the U.S. record in lifting total for the snatch and clean and jerk, and he's on a fully plant-based diet and has been for over 10 years. So like that's the thing. If it was showing across the board that people couldn't be healthy and thrive, or even just be at the top of their game, like I'd be on board to some extent, but that's just not what we see.
So I mean, obviously, they're not, people aren't dropping in the grocery stores, as you said. But I just want to hop on with like the top of your game thing. I would say though, obviously, for example, weightlifting, or most, I guess, elite athletes, right? I would say, honestly, genetics play a very large, I guess, role in your performance. So I would say that, I wouldn't say that veganism is really playing that much of a role in his, I guess, path to the top of his
Well,
game, right?
yeah, but we literally see this even in people who do like say like number of years lifting under like animal-based diets and then shift to plant-based diets, and they either still maintain their ability to like operate and even like set records, or we see them in some cases improve, like Austin Meathead Daniels, that's his like nickname, I guess, in the middle there, but like he's a vegan powerlifter that was powerlifting for many years on like fully plant-based diets, and that's when he was even younger, probably like even more so in his prime. So I mean, like again, I would rationalize this if either the empirical evidence, like, because more important than just these anecdotal claims, more important than that would be the actual empirical evidence when we measure things on pen and paper using actual randomized control trials and having people who are following plant-based diets, following a certain amount of grams of protein per day under that diet, and then they do a switch at one point within the analysis where they now swap to like an animal base and vice versa for other participants, and we analyze what's the strength gain, what's the lean mass outcome, what is their total like lifting volume, etc., etc. And consistently, time over time, when we look at it, either plant-based protein and nutrient intake or animal-based protein and nutrient intake, consistently we see the same like output as long as the calorie and the protein and other relative micro and macronutrient intake is relatively same. Like that's the whole point. The nutrition is what gets you there, not specific foods.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously it's just down to like the macros, right? Like, I mean,
Yes.
I can go eat, 18 protein bars if I want instead of beef, but like, I'm gonna have the same, you know, relative outcome, right? I mean, obviously you have to look at the, companies adding certain nitrogen additives to increase your protein value on, labels and whatnot, stuff like that. But I mean, I would say though, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I think it is kind of unfair to say this, but you know, with veganism, I think if we give it a bit more time to, for more athletes to try it out, I would like to see later on the road to see, I guess, how it does
Look up the
affect.
movie, the documentary Game Changers, because they've already looked deeply into this topic.
But as I was saying, just like these between these two diets, the success of on athletes that's having
Yeah,
with
you should
getting them to
watch
the
Game
next
Changers.
level.
They look at athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should check
Well,
that documentary out. It might change your mind about where you should be sourcing your nutrients from, because
Mm.
it's more of a health focused film. It's not so much vegan. I call it more plant based.
uh,
And
So
yeah, there
go
are
ahead.
like people who are like, just to put that forward, like, there's literally like marathon and like ultra runners and like track and field and tennis and cycling and weightlifting, etc. Like, sports athletes that have been on plant-based diets for like more than 20 plus years, like consistently looking at examples of that. Like there's even like people who have been vegan since children. Like Fiona Oakes has been vegan since she was like less than like 8 years old, and she holds like multiple records within marathon and ultra running. Like you wouldn't be able to endure that level of endurance required for that level of training and just have your nutritional value be a flop. It
yeah.
just wouldn't be. It's not possible. Like
Mm.
I would understand like your point where you're saying, oh well, they're just operating off like a certain ability of nutrients that are like remaining and recycled within their bodies for like 5 to 10 years, and then after that it starts depleting, and then they have to go back on an animal based diet to like re-implement these nutrients. But that's again not what we would show either from the actual studies or from examples of just anecdotal examples of individuals following these diets long term.
I gotta get going, but thank you guys, and have a good night.
Can I ask you
Yeah.
a question before you leave?
Yeah.
How many more animals do you want exploited for you? Is it more than 0?
I mean, yeah, I'm probably gonna go some, ground beef tomorrow. Probably the day after that. And
Okay, so you didn't take anything that you learned here to heart? You didn't learn anything?
I mean, yeah, I understand it. It's not that I didn't like understand it or process.
Well,
I did
you
process it.
clearly you didn't, because you still think it's okay to do this to animals. Why is that okay?
I mean, I'm not saying that, again, listen, it's a logical fallacy, right? It's not going to make sense to you guys in my
Well,
head. It
that's what
makes
a
sense.
fallacy is. It's not logical.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not denying that. I'm
So
just saying,
let's say you were the victim and your oppressor is like, well, I know that you want to live and I know that I don't need to use you, but I just enjoy it and it's so convenient. I'm going to use you anyway. Is that
I
okay?
mean, dude, listen, dude.
No,
Again,
answer
it's a
my
logical
question.
fallacy.
Is that fair? Would you
No,
tolerate
dude,
that?
it's a logical fallacy. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, you should then consider that when you say it's okay to do this to someone else, you're saying that it's okay to do to you.
I mean, I'm not
If
saying.
someone wants to do it to you and it's convenient for them, it's totally okay for them to do it. They don't need to be they don't need to be accountable for their actions because their pleasure is on the line.
Yeah, listen, again, it's not going to make sense, right? Like, I'm some high school kid making, 15.
Okay. I'm done having you've been up here 30 minutes. Keith was so patient with you. I'm frustrated that you went through that long and you have no qualms with slitting an animal's throat for your pleasure.
I mean, guy, like just bare minimum, dude. If you're gonna like continue like doing what you're doing, but you recognize that what you're doing is just like illogical and ultimately problematic, bare minimum, go check out the documentaries like behind her in the resources. Go like at least watch Dominion or watch some other documentary. Understand like what you're actually paying into, because more likely than not, the scope of what you're doing isn't really like I don't think fully quantified inside your mind. So go watch that. I have a link tree in my bio that has it linked there as well, and you can check out other resources and documentaries too. So check those things out. Be honest with yourself. Don't just bury your head in the sand about like what your actions cause towards others. Like it's important that you don't act that way because, like she's saying, this justifies others doing horrible things to you
or your family.
You don't. Yeah, you may not realize it, but it does. So you have to recognize that.
Yeah. Well, the reason why it relates to that is because you're using arbitrary traits that literally have no moral meaning to the difference in treatment, right? Just because they think differently, they look different, doesn't matter. They care about what happens to themselves. And that should be enough for you to, it's not even that hard. It's literally an inaction. You're just not buying those products. Live however you wish. Just leave the sentient beings out of it. That's all we're asking. That's all the animals are asking. Bare minimum. And if you were the victim, that's why I understand that you don't want to change. But the point is you're still thinking from the oppressor's mindset. What would you want your oppressor to do? You'd want them to stop. Imagine what the animals are going through, knowing that the fact that they probably, many of them, can't conceptualize that there will be an end to it. Isn't it like we're giving them a hell on earth, this feeling of forever living in this way? That sounds terrible on its own. Like, to even say, like, just because they lack some kind of intelligence. It's just disgusting. Hey, Sierra, it's good to see you up here.
Hey. Yeah. How long have you been live? For a while?
Yeah, 3 hours and 30 minutes. But I'm going to...
Oh, wow.
Since the magical hour of the day.
Yeah, the magical hour, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Yes. But I was thinking about going maybe another 30 minutes if you wanted to hang out.
The bewitching hour has struck.
That's right. The gardening hour.
Yeah, I'll hang out a little bit. I'm pretty tired. I was at a PETA demo tonight to free Betty, the saddest elephant alive.
Oh.
Yeah, the Cardin Circus is in Michigan right now.
Oh man.
It's one of the only circuses that still travels with animals.
That's crazy. That's crazy they can still do that.
Terrible.
Wow.
Yeah, Betty is 56 years old and they still use her. They
Somebody,
took her from her family when she was 4 years old.
somebody needs to buy her and get her out of there, or
Yeah.
start GoFundMe
Just light the
to
whole thing
buy
on
her.
fire, figuratively, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, PETA's been trying to get her to a sanctuary for a while. And the past couple days they have been saying there's like not an elephant here, so we will see, but we haven't had anything confirmed. So
I mean, as soon as they bring out the elephant for the show, it's going to be pretty obvious. I mean, what do they think? There's even a phrase, the elephant in the room.
yeah,
They can hide her.
I don't know. Like they might be telling the truth, is
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'm not completely sure, but they have been saying that.
We'll see.
It's just been hard to confirm because we're not in there. But I guess they said someone is going to be in there tomorrow, so I guess we'll see.
Damn, man. Thank you for being out there for her. Like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry there weren't.
it's a good cause. It was just freezing outside.
Oh, hell yeah. It's so cold right now to do any activism is
So
painful
freaking
almost.
cold.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was painful. It was painful.
Well, thank you for
But
doing
yeah.
that because we need
Yeah.
attention drawn to those
Wow,
individuals.
especially with everything that's going on
Yeah.
there too. Just be careful. You know?
Be
Yeah.
careful.
I
Yeah.
know you're in Minnesota.
I'm in Michigan. Yeah.
Yeah, there has been a lot of stuff going on in the Midwest, basically.
It's nuts.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, let's bring up a guest, shall we? Let's see. A burrito? Is it a Kai burrito? Oh.
Hello?
Hey, is there any way you can fix the background? It seems that there's like an echo. Oh, maybe it stopped. Are you okay?
Yeah. When I charge my phone, like it does that. My bad. Like it's like a low battery. Wait, can my friend come up too? Like at the same time.
No. You sound like a child too. So no. Let's do snuff. Oh. Okay. Maybe not. Tucker? These have. Hey, Tucker. I know you've been sitting there a minute. Are you over 18?
Hello?
Oh my God. You sat there that long? Tez. Oh my gosh.
Yo, what's up?
Why? Why are they all children? Well, I don't have any other requests. They're all kids. And I'm pretty sure Eric is friends with Tucker, or friends with one of them. Because I saw that you were asking to come up with a friend. I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe not. I'll bring. Oh, okay. You took down. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to talk to children, please. I only talk to adults. If you're over 18 and you think you have the winning argument to why you're not vegan, I'd love to talk to you, but you have to be over 18, okay? And if you don't understand why, go ask your mom or your guardian. Ask them why you shouldn't talk to adults on the internet. Tucker, I'm not bringing you up. You're clearly a child. Please stop requesting.
Yeah, we can tell when you haven't hit puberty yet, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Pretty easy to tell.
It is. And if you are of age and you sound like that, well, just know that you'll be complimented throughout your entire life that you sound so young. But YouTube, there's also there's a link, YouTube. So if you look at the chat, I pinned a request link. So if you want to come in here and ask or make a statement, come on up. Sorry, Lori, I didn't mean to talk over you. Or was that Sierra? Someone was talking.
Trying to check his bio and it dropped me.
Oh, got it. Yeah, no worries. I'll try to keep an eye. If I see
you
you drop, I'll keep an eye out for you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. You don't need to be sorry. Anyway, you guys, those are in the chat. Since I'm going to be up for another 20 minutes, let's start liking and sharing and all that good stuff. I appreciate all my vegans being active. I see you guys talking with the non-vegans. They can be frustrating. I really appreciate you putting that effort out there. It's one hell of a job, I'll tell you that. So I really appreciate your guys' efforts. Man, I got no requests right now. You guys don't want to know? Oh, sorry, Sierra, please.
Oh, good. Someone in the comments said, burgers taste better than carrot.
I don't know if you cook a carrot certain ways. You can make carrots amazing, like glazed carrots, candied
that's
carrots. Yeah. But I mean, I
You're
wouldn't
welcome.
compare a carrot. That's silly.
Yeah, vegans don't just go around eating like carrot sandwiches.
Yeah.
Like
Although, like I
we
said, you
don't.
make a good candied
Wait,
carrot.
you guys don't do that? I do.
Gonna make a sandwich with just a bunch of
Wait,
carrots.
am I
Yeah.
alone in the carrot
Go
sandwich thing?
away, go away, Keith.
You are
Wait,
alone.
hold on. I have proof of this.
Oh my god.
Oh God.
Yeah. It'll be the next picture by Keith because it used to be the tofu sandwich, right? Now it'll be the carrot sandwich.
Do you just make
Oh my God! You see what he's showing
carrot
you?
sandwiches?
Yes, look what he's showing you, a bag of carrots.
That's
I
too
don't
funny.
know.
Yeah.
I'll eat carrots and hummus, but
Yeah,
that's about it.
I don't know if I would replace that. Like, if I want a burger, I'm gonna do like a bean
Hey,
burger,
Megan, what the fuck
Beyond
is
Burger.
happening?
Oh, a child that doesn't
How did you
understand
get up
morality
here?
yet. Oh, I brought him up because he requested, but
Oh.
I didn't know he was a kid, so he came up here to, prove that he's a moral patient. He still can't understand morality yet, so give him a pass. Yeah. Does anybody want to know why we're vegan? Why we're here to ask others to live in alignment with their own principles? Anybody want to know, or do you think vegans maybe are here to just tie you down and shove broccoli, carrots, and tofu down your throat? If you're vegan in the chat, go ahead and type a 1, and if you're not vegan, type a 2. Let's see like the spread we got here. Who's all in here? We got a few people. You didn't follow directions, fam. A number, please. Oh, wow. Okay, we got a lot of vegans in here. Hey, guys. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. 2 if you're not vegan. Oh, okay. Got a couple of 2s in here. Appreciate you being in here. All right, so why aren't you guys vegan? If you're a 2, tell us why you're not vegan. Absolutely. Peace for all. I don't know if I've ever actually said your whole name. Am I going to listen now? I'm not bringing you up. We already spoke, Connor. I would like somebody who I haven't spoken to that wants to have a real conversation. Like, if you agree that kicking dogs for fun is immoral, but you're not vegan, I would love to talk to you. Because I think that you and I share a lot of similar principles, but maybe you just don't know everything that goes on. Maybe I could answer some questions for you. Maybe Keith or Sierra could answer some questions, or Lori could answer a question. We're here for you right now. Why aren't you vegan? Actually, we're here for the animals, but we want to know why you're not vegan yet.
To the person who said plant-based burgers are
Hello.
so processed, just soy, binders, and oil, I have news for you. Beef burgers come from a slaughtered animal.
Yeah, and it's highly processed.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with Beyond Burgers or plant-based burgers. They're just fine.
Yeah.
They're actually healthier for you than beef. So,
Hey, IDKR. Are you over 18?
Yes, I'm here. Oh, well, no.
Are you over 18?
Wait, what you asked me?
Are you over 18?
Wait, ask me? Oh, yes, I am.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Because, to be honest, I'm just, what is it? I don't know how to explain this, but I don't get much weight if I eat plant.
Do you know what is
I can
veganism?
pretty much not to eat animals since it's morality.
Okay, it's about being against others' exploitation, principally against others' exploitation. So if I can avoid demanding your exploitation, I'll avoid doing that. Does that sound like it aligns with your own principles?
I'm fine with it.
And that's not what I asked you. Is what I described in line with your own principles? Do you
No.
agree that you should avoid demanding someone's exploitation when you can avoid doing so?
Perhaps.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a weird answer. Do you think there's a time
I know.
that it's okay to demand someone's exploitation? Well, give me an example. When should someone demand someone else's exploitation?
Exploitation.
Yeah, it means to use them unfairly for your benefit. When should
Well,
you
you're not
be
racing.
allowed to exploit someone else?
Not perhaps.
What?
Not perhaps, but
So you agree then that it's immoral to exploit someone else when you can avoid demanding their exploitation, right? You agree it's immoral to
that's
demand their...
production.
Do you agree that it's immoral to exploit someone when you can avoid doing so?
No.
You don't think that it's moral, or you do?
No, I don't think it's moral.
Okay, I agree with you. I don't think it's moral to exploit someone either when you can avoid doing so. So if we're focused on humans, I can see where we agree. But when it comes to animals, do you feel the same?
Yes.
Okay.
But at one point, we gotta eat something.
Yeah. Do you think that there's something we need from animals, or do you think we can get everything we need from other sources?
Both. It's whatever is going to be extinct.
What
is
it? What is it you need from animals?
Their calories, protein.
Do you need that? You need that from
Almost
them?
everybody needs that.
Do you need it from animals?
You can get it from either.
Yeah, you can get it from other sources. So since we don't have to use animals, right? It's just something we can do. Does it mean that we should, knowing that animals can suffer, knowing that animals care what happens to them?
I mean, they don't care what happens to us.
That doesn't matter.
It's either.
So are you saying that if we had humans that don't care about you, it's okay for you to exploit them?
Why would I?
To benefit, to get whatever, free labor, or maybe you want to get pleasure from them. Maybe you want to eat them. Would it be moral for
That's
you
why
to do
we
that?
have laws for that.
What? Well, okay, legality
laws for
doesn't
that.
equal morality. Many times there have been laws that were not moral. Slavery, for example, right? That was not moral, even though it was legal. So regardless of legality,
Right, but at the same
regardless of
we
legality,
don't do that anymore.
regardless of legality, what makes it okay to enslave and to use animals regardless of what they want, but not okay to do to humans? What is it that differentiates the two groups, that makes it okay to treat one differently?
Well, firstly, we're very different from animals.
So
I know
you and I are
earlier
vastly
in your
different as
life-
well.
Yes, but we
So
don't eat
because
each
we're
other.
different, does that give me the right to do what I want to you?
Well, we're different, but we're still the same species.
So what does that matter?
That's taboo.
Why is it taboo?
Because you're trying to imply that you're going to eat me, or at
Who
least
cares? Why does it
break the
matter?
law.
Why does it matter if I want to eat you? Why does it matter if I was to
Because-
follow through on that and take your life from you so I could eat you? What's wrong with that?
Because
Is it because you
we're
want
trying
to
to
live and you care about what happens to you?
almost everybody does.
Right. So do sentient animals. That's what I'm saying.
What does
Sentience means
I
the
know-
ability to have emotions.
I know I know animals play a big role. They either helpless or they die. And that's what the other
You're
animals are
gonna
there too.
die anyway. Can I eat you?
Yeah, almost everybody
Can I
gonna die.
eat you?
Why will you?
Because you're delicious and you have meats that I can eat.
Only when it's cooked.
Yeah. So?
Like, let's say.
So I'm
if I
good.
fight you,
Is
it's
it
gonna be morally
moral?
right,
Hey,
'cause
you're losing
trying to
you're
kill me.
losing sight of what we're talking about. Is it moral for me to take your life because I want to lick your cooked muscle? Is
Well,
that
you're
moral?
only saying that because you're not that hungry yet.
I'm about to drop you because I don't think you're tracking. Why
Fine.
is it immoral for me to take your life for my pleasure? What's wrong with that?
Nothing much. Right.
Do you believe in human rights?
It ain't happening. It is not happening.
Oh my god, I was dying there. I was like, oh my god, yeah, I'm like ripping teeth here.
That was painful, man. That was painful.
I didn't
Jeez.
drop him though. I don't know if someone else did, but
I didn't.
I was definitely at my wit's
Probably
end.
Keith did. Probably Keith.
Nope.
Well, maybe he just ran then. Hey, monkey rapper, are you over 18?
Oh wait, I'm in here. Wait, I love seeing that.
Okay.
No, he left. He was like, bye. Didn't you hear him at the
Oh,
end?
I didn't hear him say bye.
Yeah,
I didn't hear him
I
say.
was
I
gonna
did.
say.
It did sound like he was like, nope, I guess not.
He was like, I don't know. Okay, bye.
He also sounded
Hello?
really young.
He
He sounded
did.
like he was not 18.
I do agree. Yeah. I wasn't sure because sometimes people that are 18 sound like kids still. Hey, meow meow. Oh my gosh. What a cute little kid voice. You shouldn't talk to strangers though, okay? You should go ask your mom or your guardian why you shouldn't talk to strangers. Snuff. I feel like Lori, do you remember if I had Snuff up before?
Let me see.
Snuffleupagus?
No,
believe
just
so.
Snuff. The name is just
I believe so, yeah.
Snuffleupagus.
I don't know what happened with the conversation, but I think it was. He said, no, I haven't, but I think he
Okay.
was up there.
Well, we'll give him a try.
Oh, he said he left on accident? Okay.
Yo,
bro.
Hey, are you over 18?
Yes.
What year were you born? Oh, that shouldn't
2000.
take that long.
Right?
That was too long. Eamon? Amen? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Hi, is it Eamon?
Hello?
Oh my gosh, why? Too many children. Hello?
Hello.
I love eating fried chicken.
Vegan
Hello.
fried chicken. I
Tastes
agree.
like bacon.
I love vegan fried chicken. I haven't had it in a while, but it's pretty good. You can make some vegan fried chicken out of a lot of different things, actually. You know, vegan fried chicken is so good.
Exactly.
Illegal moves. Hey, are you over 18?
Yes.
Oh my god. So many kids. Oh my god, you guys are making me want to kind of end it now. If there's just going to be kids, I don't want to deal with it. Hey, CM, are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Right on. I appreciate talking to adults. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I'm definitely vegan.
You're vegan?
Yeah, I've been on the 27th. It'll be 1 year.
Hell yeah, Dubs in the chat. CM. What made you
Nice.
what is veganism to you? Just so we can make sure.
A good question. Not eating dead animal flesh.
Well, that is something we do. Do you consume other animal products?
Like,
Milk or eggs or wear leather?
no, I haven't drank milk. I actually ate eggs a couple weeks ago, but
Okay.
it was like, it's not, at least it's not dead, but I'll try not to eat eggs.
Okay. Well, so veganism isn't about eating or avoiding eating dead animals or something. It's actually about avoiding demanding someone's exploitation, because those animals are only laying there dead because we demand that they be there. So
Yeah.
why do
I
you
feel like
go ahead?
I
Sorry.
kind of relapsed when I ate eggs.
Oh, okay. Well, so what is it in your mind that made you think it was okay to take the eggs from chickens?
It's not, because even when I ate meat, I never really ate eggs anywhere. It was kind of like a relapse in my head, because I haven't eaten like actual dead flesh, and on the 27th it'll be a year.
That's awesome.
But
I
it's just
guess
like,
what I'm trying to get to is veganism is about seeing the animals as who they are, that they're sentient beings, and not as a resource to be used. So I understand that you relapse, and I'm not judging you for that. I'm more curious, like, what would stop you from in the future purchasing animal products? Like, have you seen what they go through?
oh yeah, I've definitely seen it.
Okay.
Especially since I've gone vegan. It's you can't say you're against something like human slavery if you're against animal slavery, because it's the same thing.
Right, exactly. You're demanding someone else have a purpose forced on them. That's not fair. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so I guess, like, is there anything? Do you think that you would relapse again? Do you think that's
No,
oh, okay.
no,
Okay.
I don't think so. It's just
Well, that's
I don't know. I
awesome.
was at a gas station. I wanted a breakfast taco, and I got a potato and egg taco.
Got it. Well, if you were in that situation again, would you do that again, or would you do something different?
No, I definitely do something different, but
Right on. Okay. So it sounds like you are vegan. Maybe like I'm not gonna hold, mistakes or people doing things in the past. I'm where like what are you gonna do in the future from now on, That's awesome that you're vegan. I love meeting vegans in the wild. Have you ever thought about being active for the animals?
yeah, like speaking out for them.
Yeah.
I think it would be a great thing to do.
Yeah. It sounds like a radio voice almost. I feel like you'd be like perfect for TikTok or even YouTube, speaking up for animals.
Yeah, I just started my YouTube channel like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, nice.
Trying to get to 57 so I can go live all the time. But
Hell yeah. Okay. Everyone, so we're on YouTube right now. YouTube. Go check out CM. Is your name the same on YouTube?
hold on. I actually got to you on TikTok.
Yeah. I was just curious what your YouTube channel is because I got YouTube watching us too right now.
Yeah, that's where I found you on YouTube.
Nice. Okay. Well, if you want, you can say the channel of your YouTube because there's a ton of vegans on my YouTube channel that will go subscribe and follow to get you those 50 follow so that you can go live.
Yeah, I'm like 13 away. How do I hold on? Hold on, let me see if you can hear me. Hold on. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, so you want me to take my YouTube and share it to the YouTube chat?
I mean, you can just say the name. If you want, you can share it in the YouTube chat, but I was just saying, just say your name of your YouTube channel out loud because then everyone will go follow it.
It might be CM or like C Gematria instead because I was talking about Gematria on there.
Okay.
Well, I was trying to debunk Gematria, but
Gematria. I don't know who
I was
that
debunking
is.
the guy who does it on YouTube. That guy. I don't want to say his name.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. Well, so everyone go look up CM. They can see your icon. I think you can see the icons, right? Yeah. Okay. So they can see you. So everyone go check out CM's YouTube channel. Okay. Is it the same icon that you have here?
Yeah, it's the same
Cool.
icon.
Okay. Cool.
I got a couple questions for you.
Please go for it.
How long have you been vegan?
9 years now.
Have you relapsed before?
I mean, things have been in my food that I didn't know were there. But I haven't like intentionally purchased anything or consumed anything in the 9 years.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I mean, again, I'm not judging you for your past. It's just that it's possible. There are people that are able to go without it. Without relapsing, it is possible.
Yeah, it's just like people try to climb me all the time. Where are you gonna get your protein
I know,
from?
right?
Like,
They're always gonna do that.
Somebody told me there's like the joke. Somebody made me snap last week on because I made some vegan chili. Like I put like green peppers, mushrooms, red peppers, onions, garlic. Mushrooms.
Oh yeah,
the usual.
I eat mushrooms every day.
I posted it on Snapchat. And then the usual joke. They say eating plants turns you gay. I'm like, dude, shut up. Hey, don't. I snapped on the person. I'm like, that's not an original joke. It's not even a joke. Like,
Yeah.
That's such a simple-minded thing to say.
Yes, honestly.
I snapped on him.
Good. Yeah, because they're literally trying to belittle some other group that is unrelated to the topic, and that's just not okay.
And I think people know a lot of the times deep down that they're doing something wrong, or they think, oh, like now what? You're better than me because you're vegan, and it's like
that's how my dad came at me.
Yeah, it's like no, actually, if you critically think about it, I'm just doing what's morally right, and you don't have to get defensive about it. It doesn't make sense.
In fact, I bet you and your dad probably still share the same principles, Kicking a dog for fun is immoral, because the dog suffers. And if we don't need to kick a dog for fun, we shouldn't. It just relates to any other animal you use, because they don't want to be used. Even if they're unaware of it, it's not fair. So.
No, it's not fair. It's ugly. The animals are supposed to be our They're supposed to live. We're supposed to coincide with them on this planet, and we don't. We eat them.
Exactly. They're our neighbors. They're just neighbor nations. Yeah, exactly.
Another thing too, I actually don't judge me. I haven't used toothpaste or deodorant in 2 years.
Okay. That's totally unrelated to veganism, but whatever. I don't really judge people for what they do. I know that there's a lot of concern about deodorant and Alzheimer's, or people think there's something with aluminum or
Cancer.
something. Yeah, cancer. So, I mean, if
There
someone
are vegan, just so you know, not,
No, exactly.
saying you have
Yes.
to use it or whatever, but there are vegan deodorants and toothpaste.
Yeah, I've been using for toothpaste. I've been using coconut oil and like
Baby
like this
baking
tooth
soda.
powder that has.
Oh,
Huh?
tooth powder.
Pardon me.
No, you tooth powder. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. Let me do it. It has like all the good stuff in there.
Okay, I mean, a tooth powder, yeah, sounds like
Let me
it's.
read you what it has in there real quick. It has. Let's see. It has trace minerals, bentonite clay, peppermint powder, clove, baking soda, pink Himalayan salt, cinnamon, and tea tree. And then I use the base as like coconut oil.
Yeah,
I
that
put
sounds like
powder on
it. I
top.
mean, you like pretty much make your own toothpaste then,
Yeah, it's
like the
just like,
powder. That's
you know what
cool.
else is crazy? So I've noticed that ever since I stopped eating meat, ever since I stopped using toothpaste and stuff, I've scraped bone fragments from animals out of my gums.
Out of your what?
Out of my gums. I've scraped bone fragments from from animals out of my gum, like old chicken. Like, you know that chicken that you're stuck in your teeth on, and like you won't take it out. Like I've scraped it out.
Oh,
Like
that's
yeah, so
crazy.
people got to be careful eating meat. Like that stuff's getting stuck in your teeth. Like it's probably like I've noticed like my skin's got better. Everything like my calmness.
Yeah.
I mean, you can definitely get a lot of benefits. It's just, a lot of people. I didn't notice any difference when I went vegan. I literally just traded out my flesh products for like beans or sometimes Beyond Burgers, and so my health remained the same. I'm not like totally unhealthy, but sometimes I eat junk food. So I didn't like have any drastic weight changes or health changes. I just kind of was the same. But
I do think it can make people more like, kind of like the study, where people were more like compassionate, like when they stopped eating
yes,
animal products. Like, I
Yes.
think it does make people more compassionate.
You're
and-
absolutely right. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
actually because I had taken out these animal products, watching those documentaries, as the study showed, I was more receptive to them then. And so I took action at that
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. Well, CM, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to move on, but I really appreciate you coming up, and everyone give CM a follow. Go find him on YouTube. I really appreciate you coming up, CM. I'm going to
Oh yeah, I definitely appreciate it. I dropped my YouTube in the YouTube chat. I'm about to drop it here too.
Hell yeah. Everyone go check them out. We need to support all the vegan activists that we can. Oh, all right,
That was
CM.
a little echo.
There we go. All right, CM. I'm really sorry. I'm going to drop you, though, just because I'm going to end the live. But again, I really appreciate you coming up. It's really good to meet other vegans. If you ever want to outreach abolition, because that's what I don't tolerate welfarism or baby steps here. But if you want to come up on my panel and outreach for abolition, which is just the abolishment of all animal ag or all human caused exploitation to all sentient beings, I would love to have you up
Yeah.
on my panel.
Oh, for sure, anytime.
Awesome. All
I
right.
appreciate you having me up here.
Hell yeah. Thanks for coming up. It's good to talk to other people of like-mindedness. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Have a good night. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Awesome. All right. Well,
Nice.
before we end, please
Hey,
go
guys.
follow these vegans.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Did I interrupt someone? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, okay. So please go follow these vegans. We got Lori at the top here. She's on so many other vegans live. She's very active. Please go follow her. If anything, just ask her some questions. Plethora of information.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, great activist. Second, we have Sierra. Sierra Vegan Foodie reviews vegan products, a lot of food products that I honestly didn't know existed. So she's awesome for checking those things out. She also is active. Like she goes out and does protests for the animals. She speaks up. She once in a while will go live, but she also just comes up on lives too. So go follow her. Great activist, seriously. And honestly, she just shows that there's so many different ways to do things. There's not just one way, So appreciate Sierra being out there because honestly, your work is needed. And then at the bottom, we've got Keith here. Keith is also a strong advocate, great at debates, very knowledgeable, also on other people's panels. Do you go live, Keith? I know you said once you did, but I don't know if you do that anymore.
I go live on a secondary account whenever I do. It's Tofu Whisperer.
Oh, right. I forgot about that account. Okay.
Yeah.
Please go follow Tofu
but-
Whisperer.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. So go follow Keith, check him out, check out Tofu Whisperer. That's his other account, so you can actually see him go live. Great activist, seriously. Like every time that you are up here or I, see you on a panel, I always learn something. There's always something to be learned. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
You're a good teacher.
Awesome. Did you guys want to say any last words? Anything before I end the live?
Monday, what time will you be on Monday? Morning?
So I'll be live Monday, 9 a.m. PST. And
Cool.
I will also be live on anti-animal use on Saturday. Let's see if I can get to it. Oh, here we go. So I'll be live on YouTube. Let's see, there we go. For anti-animal use, this group that I'm with will be outreaching to people in person, face-to-face, asking people in the PSU farmers market, do they think they're fair? Are they actually living in alignment with that? And getting, real answers. So definitely come check us out Saturday, 10 a.m. PST to 2 p.m. PST time. Come check us out. And with that, let me throw my back on.
Yes.
Monday, woman.
Monday, I'll see y'all
Monday
Monday.
or Saturday. Yeah.
Yep. If not Saturday, I'll see you Monday.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Awesome.
Bye, guys.
All right. Y'all have a great vegan day. All right. I'll see you on Monday, if not Saturday.
Yep.
You too. Bye.
Awesome. Oh, I didn't thank for the donations again. I keep doing that. Wow. They actually donated quite a bit. There were a few. It's $3.53. That's a lot for me on TikTok. So thank you guys. Like, that's so sweet. I wish I had said that on TikTok because they definitely deserve that. Thank you. But thank you, YouTube, for being here. Thank you, 40-year-old vegan. Your event says 1 a.m. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, well, I'll go fix that. Thank you, 40. Thank you, David. It's muted? Uh-oh. Okay. All right. We'll see you, sort of. Okay. I don't know why it's muted. Okay. Well, I'll see you on Saturday, guys, on Anti-Animal Uses YouTube. Please go follow the 40-year-old vegan. He also goes live. He shines the spotlight on slaughterhouses often, and he does outreach sometimes. He'll talk to the audience. He's a great live streamer. Please go check him out. Great animal rights activist. Check out any of the vegans in the chat here on YouTube. They're all fantastic. They all are deeply knowledgeable. Please reach out to them. Okay, good. I'm glad you hear me. Good, good, good. All right. Well, again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for keeping the chat safe. And thank you for talking to the non-vegans in there. Johnny Vegan Seed, I see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, you guys have a great vegan day, and I'll see you on Saturday. If not Saturday, I'll see you on Monday, 9 a.m. PST time. Damn. It's not 1 a.m. It'll be 10 a.m. Damn, I'll go fix that. Thank you so much, David. All right, you guys, 10 a.m. PST time tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good vegan day. Bye. Oh, Otto is in there. Aw, I didn't say bye.